Hey everybody, we're back with more Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Joining me once again today is our buddy ChanceEm Gaming.
Hello.
That's ChanceEm Gaming. You can find him at twitch.tv/ChanceEm Gaming. So how you doing, ChanceEm?
I'm doing alright. Overslept a little, but I'm doing alright. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. We've done all the grinding for this that I think will be necessary. I'm hoping it'll be enough. I got all of that done on Monday, actually. I just sat down and did all of it on Monday.
Nice.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll run through a little bit of what I was doing for the grinding, and then we'll head for Matador.
Sounds good to me.
So the top file is where we were. I actually overwrote that file before I made the second save file. When we left off last week, it was 8:44. We're now at 13:27. So about 5 hours then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like 4.5-ish, actually.
4 3/4. Yeah.
On the dot, 4.5.
I actually, there is actually a place I managed to go to that really sped up the grinding. That was very dangerous. Limothy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Clem.
If we go back to Ginza, I will show where the grinding spot was.
Alright.
Because Nocturne has the thing of... you see it occasionally in older RPGs. Enemy spawn points are dictated by invisible checklists on the map.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing okay. How you doing, ChanceEm?
I'm doing alright.
Yeah, so like you go past basically an invisible line on the map, and what you get out of that is pretty much... Oh, you've gone past this line, you now run into a whole new set of enemies. And there's a point on the map that we can get to now where we run into enemies that are about 20 levels above what we were when we get here.
Oh, damn. I can see where that would be very helpful for leveling very fast.
Yes. The real trick was surviving it, but here's the thing, actually. I need to add 2 deaths. I need to start the counter, and then add 2 deaths. Because you know what killed me,
I'm
ChanceEm?
guessing... What killed you?
Instant death.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, the area we're going to has a bunch of angel enemies that have Hamon.
Oof.
Yeah, and like one thing that's definitely unpleasant about going to Nocturne from Digital Devil Saga is Expel is now instant death again. How you doing, Teak? Okay, so the way we're supposed to go is south here. This leads to the Great Ginza Underpass, which is the goal.
Mm-hmm.
But, talk to this guy's like, hey, there's a bunch of dangerous demons on the other end of the highway, so go over there.
It's like, hey, this is your warning. Don't go there. Meanwhile, Kronos just like, I do what I want.
Yeah, I'm gonna do everything I want. I went over there, and I didn't run into any enemies, because the new enemy set doesn't come in until after you get off the bridge. I didn't run into any enemies until I got to a chest that had an enemy in it, which was a succubus. And I was like, oh, I've not seen a succubus yet, let's analyse this and see what level it is. It was 20 levels above my level.
Oof.
So I killed it, and got a bunch of experience. I don't even remember what succubus was weak to. I don't remember if we had the weakness, but I managed to take it down before it could kill me.
That's still pretty impressive for something that's 20 levels above you.
So we left off, we were at level 17, we're at 25 now. Okay, now that we're off the bridge, let me just wander around this area for a little bit. And here we have, I think these are principalities.
Oh no.
I always forget the angel types. Like, the standard angel, and then I forget all of the others, like which one is archangel, which one is principality, which one is power.
Truth be told, I do too.
Okay, so we'll do a quick analyze. 28.
So they were like 11 levels above you.
Yes, succubus was higher.
Okay. Still, that Hamon is like, oof. But I guess it's better to get used to that now than later.
You know, if you play SMC, you're used to it regardless.
Yeah.
There is also good news. We've already seen it once. It might pop up again. But I have counter.
Nice. I also noticed that your team is void.
That's actually
To
mostly
Hamon.
coincidental. Uzume voids expel, so does Unicorn. We have Uzume because she deals with force.
Ooh.
Oh shit, Minikata also voids Hamon. I didn't actually realise that. This is very nice.
Yeah, your entire team is just like, nope, we ain't dealing with that.
I could void expel. I don't have the Magatama for it equipped. We do actually have the Magatama for it though. And there you go, like the difference in experience versus what we were getting before.
Yeah, you were getting 30 before, and then you got 387 here, so
Yeah.
that's a big difference.
So we're heading here. We have all the Magatamas we can get so far. This is basically done. That last one does not unlock through leveling. That will unlock far later in the game.
It's story related, right?
Kind of. Let's see, we did this one that we got from Fornius to get Fog Breath, which is a stat thing. We also get Ice Breath out of it and Mana bonus, but I'll probably drop those at some point.
If you got all these breath issues, it's like, oh, too bad we don't have, like, toothpaste or whatever in the apocalypse, apparently.
Matador doesn't deserve it. We have Ankh here, which nullifies Expel. Iomante, which nulls Mind and gives us buffs, which I didn't want to go through yet. We've not used Shiranui yet. We're on Hifumi, which will null Force, which means Matador using Mazan isn't going to be a problem for us.
Yeah.
And there's also Komodo here, which we haven't used yet. Or is physical based. If I can check the skills here. Fog Breath lowers dodge aim greatly for all enemies.
Nice.
That is to deal with Matador opens the fight with, I think it's a unique ability to Matador, but it maxes out his evasion and accuracy. So I think you can buff 4 times before you hit the max, and it buffs him 4 times at once.
Oof. I didn't realize that that's what that was doing.
It's pretty nasty. So we have Uzume here, nullifies Force and Expel. Dark Might is good if we go into the Matador fight at New Kagetsuchi. And she has Medea, which... Medea, it turns out, heals quite a bit more than Dia.
Like on an individual basis?
Yes.
Interesting.
Minakata we have physical. It has Rakunda, Makajam, Might, which actually was a skill transformation that happened, which was quite nice. It went from Dark Might, which Uzume has. Physical attacks will always be critical at New Kagetsuchi, which is situational. Changed from that and evolved into Might, which just raises crit odds. Oh well, my internet is disconnected. I should have known stream was going too well.
You back?
Yeah, I'm back apparently.
Alright.
Stream is not back though.
Yeah, I'm still keeping an eye on that.
Should have known stream was going too well.
I don't know if Twitch is doing something. Let me see if there's any, like, error reports or anything with Twitch real quick.
That wouldn't have been Twitch. That would have been me, because it disconnected our Discord as well.
Okay.
That's where we're... Yes, Minakata had Dark Might, and it evolved to Might when I let it just change. Thank you, Clint.
Thanks, Clem.
So Dark Might's good, but it's situational because it only takes effect at New Kagetsuchi. We also have Rakunda, which lowers defense, and Makajam, which has a chance of Curse, and Mute, which I don't expect to get much out of. But, like, the main thing we need to talk about is, while I'm talking about this before I show you, I might as well make my way back.
And give me one moment, because it's actually still trying to connect on Discord, showing the live video for me.
Oh, okay, let me take a look at this. I didn't even think about that.
You might have to reset it. Yeah, you might have to reset it. There we go, it's back.
Awesome. So Unicorn was basically a big experiment. So I'll continue this in a minute. I feel like I need to sneeze. It's just not coming out. Oh, stream's died again. And Discord is disconnected again. This is twice. Are we good? Are we back?
Stream looks like it's still down. Let me double check. Yeah, stream is still down.
Yeah, it's restarting again.
And on Twitch. The internet's like, oh, you want to do Nocturne? Well, let me up the difficulty for you.
Yeah, this Nocturne stream just has not been friendly. There's not one thing, it's been another. Okay,
and I did double.
It looks like it's back now.
It is back on Twitch now. Not Discord side though.
Yeah, I just checked. Let me restart that.
Okay.
Okay, it failed to start.
Interesting.
Let me reset the call.
Okay.
Okay, is it coming through now? Yeah, Clem. Is it coming through now, ChanceEm? It says I'm sharing twice. Why is this? Awaiting endpoint. What? Are we good now?
I think.
That was weird. It was saying awaiting endpoint on my side. I have no idea what that's about.
I have no idea. Because on my side, I was just like, hey, you know, I got it. And then you just disappeared.
Okay, are we good now? You sound good. I'm getting.
I'm
good
glad I
stuff
sound
here.
good.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen. It's... Yeah, okay, it's good. It was lagging for a second, but now it looks fine.
Okay. Okay, hopefully this will continue as normal then. Anyway, Unicorn was basically a big experiment in Demon Fusion skill transference.
I was gonna say, did you fuse a horse and a narwhal?
No, there are no horses in the end of the world.
Shame. It'd probably make getting around a little bit easier.
Yeah, they never give you any kind of vehicle travel in Shin Megami Tensei, really.
I was thinking about it the other day, like, why aren't there, like, RPGs that have some mode transportation that's not an airship? And, then I was thinking, it's like, oh wait, there is one. You have a car in, like, Final Fantasy 15.
That car is boring
But
as hell.
I will be able to experience that soon, because I accidentally bought Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition when I bought my PlayStation Mini. I forgot that it was sitting in my cart when I got the PS Mini. So...
Did you buy it new or used?
I bought it new.
Good, because the
It was
Royal
on
Edition
sale.
is actually just a code.
Oh wow, really?
It's the base game. It just has a code with it.
I mean, hooray, because that's less money I have to spend on the DLC, but that's also really lame. Like, I can understand, like, if newer versions would have, like, a code for the other DLC, since Royal is supposed to be, like, a full version, so to speak.
Yeah, and then they wanted to
But
put out more DLC.
Yeah. But I don't understand why they didn't put the already existing DLC on the disc.
My guess is money. Final Fantasy 15, for everything it has going for it, feels like they just wanted to get it done with and out the door.
Yeah.
Also, we now are cursed for the first time.
Oh shit.
So this can happen sometimes if you just let the Magatama rage within you.
Mm-hmm.
You had a Matador last time, now you've got a unicorn. Yeah, unicorn, basically, I spent about 30 minutes constantly resetting the fusion to get unicorn to have the skills that I wanted it to.
Damn.
And the results, I think, speak for themselves, because unicorn now has Rakukaja, Sukukaja, Tarukaja, and Warcry.
Yeah. Those are very good skills, but it's also the thing of, like, you had to reset for 30 minutes just to get that.
When I say reset, like, my friend Maya didn't realize this But you don't have to actually reset the system.
Yeah, I understand. You mainly just have to, like, back out and then come back in.
Yes.
But it's still a thing of, like, it's very tedious to have to do that.
It is. I mostly was just... I had a YouTube video. I had a series of YouTube... I had a Let's Play of Ocarina of Time on in the background while I was doing it. Like, doing the entire
That sounds
grinding
like...
session.
I mean, that's one way to do it. I feel like whenever I'm going through stuff like that, I'll just probably pull up, like, some game reviews for stuff that I'm interested in to see if it's actually worth looking towards that game or whatever, and I'll just let it play in the background whenever I'm having to do, like, tedious stuff.
Also, Unicorn has Medea as well, so that's 2 people with Medea. That was a nice bonus.
Always good to have more than one healer in an SMT.
Yes.
If you can, at least.
Also, for you, Clem, Rakukaja raises defense for the entire party. Sukukaja raises dodge, raises evasion and accuracy. I'm not going to call it dodge aim, that's dumb. Raises evasion and accuracy for the entire party. Terrakaja raises physical attack for the entire party. And Warcry lowers the physical and magic attack of all enemies significantly. Which I think means by 2 tiers.
I know I've commented before, but I do want to make a point about, I really appreciate this game having different, animations for when the Demi-Fiend is in various states of injury. Like when you're running around on the world map. I just think it's an interesting detail.
It's a surprising detail, yeah.
You don't really see it a whole lot in newer games. Like, I know when you were going through Final Fantasy 13, like, you made a comment about how you were surprised that they even made an extra model to show Snow being injured for the one part.
Oh, here's actually a fun thing I discovered as well. You can revive characters in heal, but it'll cost you more than if you just go into revive to revive them.
Interesting.
Anyway, where is Maya? I did let her know she wanted to see this. Oh well. Yeah, that's a bunch of grinding. If anybody's interested in this and is looking at picking up the Nocturne HD Remaster, the skill transfer issue that I had will not necessarily be a thing. In an update patch for Nocturne HD Remaster, they added the ability to just choose what skills you inherit, which I think the first time I saw it was in Persona 4 Golden, but I've heard it was in another Shin Megami Tensei before that, and I can't think what it was.
Did did Shin Megami Tensei 4 come out before Golden?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Golden was a launch title for the 3DS. I think Golden was a launch title for the Vita.
I'm gonna double check real quick.
Yeah, that's the thing, because Devil Survivor Overclocked came out before SMT4 on 3DS, because it was an experiment that Alice used to see how much voice acting it could fit on the cartridges.
Persona 4 Golden on Vita, the original release date was June 14th, 2012. And I'm pretty sure Persona 4 was after. I mean, not Persona 4. Shin Megami Tensei 4 was like 2013.
Yeah.
So let me double check that. Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei 4 was May 23rd, 2013.
Listen, I think I heard that they did the skill inheritance before Persona 4 Golden, and I can't think of what it was supposed to be in.
Yeah, I can't think either. Could it have been one of the Devil Summoner? I mean, Devil Survivor? I had to think there for a sec.
I don't think it was Devil Survivor 2, it might have been Overclocked. but I've not really played much of Overclocked.
Let's see here. Overclocked was released in North America on August 23rd, 2011, so it's very possible.
How many revival beats do I have?
I think it might have been Overclocked, looking up more about the
50.
game. Gameplay changes. Let's see here.
You still looking into it?
Yeah, I'm still looking into it. The main thing I'm finding is just that you can now register in Overclock versus the original one, and that there's extra skills, but I can't find a full answer. And because of this site trying to lag my laptop, I'm gonna go ahead and just get out of it, because gotta have like 5 different ads playing at the same time on some sites.
You considered ad block?
I do have ad block. That's the funny thing about it. But ad block is just deciding to not work on that site.
Yeah, let me check on my phone. I always prefer looking stuff up on the computer because the keyboard's just easier to do. But
Yeah, see, that's why I normally like looking it up on my computers, because it's easier to just type all the stuff out.
something called skill crack.
Yeah, see, that's what I found, and I thought that might have been related to it, but it looks like that's something different. Because I've played Devil Survivor on DS. I never fully finished it. Cough. I still have it, luckily, but I don't have Overclocked.
Oh, here we go. BeforeIPlay.com, you remember that?
What was that?
BeforeIPlay.com, do you remember that?
Yes. I remember that. I was the one that told you about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's come up in the Google search.
Interesting.
Where is it?
Because that didn't pop up for me, so...
When fusing demons, you can decide which skills they inherit.
Is that for Overclocked?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Then that, if that's the case, then yeah, that's the one that came out before Golden. By about 6 months. 6 months to a year.
I'd like to go through Devil Survivor again, but I don't want to go through Devil Survivor again. I'd much rather do Overclocked.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the late game shit in Devil Survivor is ridiculous.
Yeah, see, for me, Devil Survivor was one of my first, like, grid-based RPGs. Because I had not given Fire Emblem a try by that point, and I was just like, what am I even doing?
Well, for me, even now, I'm still not big into tactical RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
So Devil Survivor is probably the one I've spent the most time on, and it was my first Shin Megami Tensei game.
Nice.
It's not a bad place to start. It's got a really good way of drawing you into the story.
Mm-hmm. I remember being really interested in the story. It just I remember buying it at launch, and back then I was still in college, and I had a very, very short temper with games. Like I mentioned last night when I was on Megstream about how there's a thing in Kingdom Hearts 2 that when I was going through it again, it's a gameplay mechanic that frustrated me so much I ended up throwing my controller on a replay of the
Oh,
game.
I remember you saying about that.
Yeah, that's around the same time. I was playing that around the same time that Devil Survivor came out. To give you an idea of, like, I used to have a really bad temper with games. And I've chilled out a lot over the years. So it's like, I really wouldn't mind going back to Devil Survivor and giving it another try, especially after playing Fire Emblem Awakening, because I feel like that kind of gave me, like, a baby mode of getting into tactical RPGs, so to speak.
Probably a good thing you didn't get super far into Devil Survivor.
I think I got to, like, the 3rd day.
Yeah, because I'm thinking stuff like 6th, maybe 7th day.
Yeah. I know I was, like, halfway through the game. That much I remember. Like, based off of, like, guides and stuff. But I remember buying it at launch because I bought it along with the DSi that I no longer have. Because I used to work at a game store when it came out, and I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy all the new systems when they come out, and I made a mistake choosing to buy the DSi.
I think everybody made a mistake when it came to the DSi, especially Nintendo.
There were some things that were cool with it that, unfortunately, in the long run, they should have just waited and for the 3DS instead of just being like, let's make an in-between system.
Yeah, that usually doesn't work out that well. Look at Sega with the 32X.
Very true.
I mean, you can't really say that about the Sega CD, because the Sega CD does actually have some pretty neat games.
Yeah.
Oh, it reminds me, I got Snatcher sorted.
Ooh, nice. I'm excited. Snatcher's a really good game. Like, especially for the time and how much they put in it. It's really good.
Alright, there's new Kagetsuchi. Which means Zume is going to constantly hit physically for crits.
Huh.
Thank you, Dark Might. Demons don't play
Out
fair,
of
why should I?
Out of curiosity, can you double check Discord quick and see if you're delayed any, possibly?
Discord?
Like the video that's coming through on Discord.
It looks fine to me. Like, I can see the mic levels jumping up at the appropriate times.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
If you're curious about that, the mic levels will probably be the best way of telling.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, I've been after doing Snatcher for a while anyway. There was a short stint when I was letting people vote on the next game I'd be doing.
That
before
was like
I just jumped into RPGs full hog.
That was around the time that I ended up finding your channel, because I remember you were doing polls, and it was between like doing a Sonic Marathon or doing Snatcher or doing Metal Gear Solid, I think. I think there were like 3 or 4 choices. And I was like, Snatcher, play Snatcher, but of course everyone had thrown it all into like the Sonic Marathon.
Yeah, the Sonic Marathon. At some point, there's going to be a Sonic Marathon 2, The Quickening.
That's what I was about to say. It's like, you're gonna do a second one, right?
I don't know if I'll do a second one or just do like the games individually. There's a lot of shit to go through. I have to decide like what I'm actually gonna do. It's like, okay, Heroes 06, Unleashed, and then it's like, do I do the PS2 version of Unleashed as well? I have to decide that. Colors. There's like the DS version of Colors is definitely worth doing. Do I do any of the handheld games? Like, Rush could be interesting, but also gets really tiresome.
Yeah, I remember Rush and Rush Adventure. I don't own the copies anymore, but I remember having a little bit of pain finally finishing those, especially Rush Adventure because of the boat races.
Rush Adventure was just boring. I'm not going to do Rush Adventure. We already read this last time. I'm not reading this out loud again because it hurt my throat last time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Colors, Generations, Lost World, Sonic Boom, and Sonic Forces.
There's two things I want to talk about for Sonic actually at the moment. One, because I just moved, I got a coupon in my email for being like, oh, get percentage off at Best Buy or whatever because of your move. Hooray! And
that's a weird coupon.
You can sign up for various coupons when you have to put in a change of address. And sometimes they're nice because it's like, hey, yeah, I'd like to have a discount on like a washer or dryer if I need one. Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here like I have one, so I'm just gonna buy a video game. But
video games are good.
But when I was looking through stuff, I was kind of sad that I didn't get it sooner and didn't decide to go through Best Buy's site sooner because apparently they had Sonic Mania Plus on sale for $10 and it was sold out. So I was like, man, I kind of wish I could have gotten that.
That is a fair point. I forgot about Mania.
They're pretty nice.
I should do Mania. There's actually a weird thing with like timeline stuff with Mania. Canonically, classic Sonic in that is Mania, Forces, and then Encore mode in Mania.
Weird.
In that order.
That's really weird. I do find it interesting that, like, the guy that helped with, like, the animation and stuff in Mania is also the same dude that made those really weird Sonic comics, like, a decade ago.
I think like the best Sonic comic is still Sonic's Adventure.
Nipples the Echidna.
Nipples the Enchilada.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Nipples the Enchilada.
Alright, here we go. So yeah, Red Capote maximizes accuracy and agility.
It's like, oh, that was a nice wind attack. Too bad we half-void it.
Reduce that. Let me see. Weaken the defense a little bit. Attack for crit. And throw a Warcry out. And then just punch him. So there's your point there to look at. He has Nekunda. So he can nullify all stat debuffs.
I mean, it still helps having the Demi-Fiend being able to do that first, and then just have all your other teammates beat the shit out of him.
Pretty much. Fog Breath, like I said, I think it lowers it 2 tiers. I think the max is 4. Put it back down to 0, and then that's not a debuff effect. So that doesn't get nullified.
Ooh, nice crit.
Like I say, because I decided to basically just run around until we hit New Kagetsuchi. Uzume has Dark Might. So it's a guaranteed hit every time. Guaranteed crit every time we hit him. At New Kagetsuchi.
Nice.
Okay, and do Fog Breath again. And now we start to see a little bit of the problem with me not really focusing on magic.
And why we were kind of messed up last week.
Not so much yet. We were messed up last week for a different reason. So let's throw down a Medea. and fortunately I have quite a few chakra drops. And so here we end up with the position of because if you know your RPGs, you know it's never a good thing when your boss starts talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Impressive, but the moment of truth is beyond your grasp. I alone can discern it. And elusive.
Oof. I mean, at least... Oh. It did it twice in a row. I was like, well, at least you healed before that. And then it's like, oh, no healing numbers.
It's not big damage per hit, the problem is it's random.
Mm-hmm.
Another fog breath.
I can see where that would be really bad if he ends up doing, like, the red capote and then following it up with that move.
Yeah, there is the possibility of us dodging it, which actually makes a point. Because he can't remove the Kaja effects, only the...
Kunda effects?
Yeah, Kunda. I was like, is it Kunda or just Da?
Oh. Oh. Well, at least you got the counter in.
I do
I hate
appreciate
that I, like I do hate that I basically just called that move, though.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I was like, oh, that'll really suck if he uses red capote and then follows it with an attack, and then the next turn he did exactly that. Unicorn is in the jam.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pass this. I don't want to risk trying to attack Matador with its maxed evasion and missing.
Yeah.
And then throw a Sukukaja down. And a Fog Breath. Because, like, if anybody can dodge that, can that be dodged, actually, is a question I probably should have thought of.
That is a good question. It's not something I thought about. Ooh!
Bitch!
Never mind. We don't gotta worry about that now. Nice
There it is,
job.
boys! The gate has been passed. Maya, how you doing?
Hey, May. But yes, we defeated the Skelly Boy like we were wanting to.
The first Skelly Boy.
The first Skelly Boy.
Skelly. I obtained the Candelabrum of Foundation.
Hmm.
I hear a familiar voice.
So, those holding candelabra did attract each other. Satoshi, I have a favor to ask of you.
We're not friends, we're not on a first name basis.
Too bad, we're on a first name basis
This
now.
is Japan, that's very rude.
It's the end of the world, you're expecting kindness?
It's still the end of the world, Japan. If you're gonna ask a favor of me, you should do it politely.
There's no hurry, but could you bring your candelabrum to us? I will allow you to access... I will allow you access to the Labyrinth of Amala from the terminal. I will explain the details once you arrive. Until then...
Did you cut out there, ChanceEm?
I cut out there?
We only got until then.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry. All right.
Do it again.
Until then, please make sure you do not lose the candelabrum.
That's what you get for not calling me Kiryu-san. I can no longer hear the lady's voice. So Matador and the rest of the Skelly Boys are tied into the candelabrum and the candelabra and the it's a labyrinth of Amala thing, which is a new feature for the Maniacs version. It makes me wonder, is Matador here in the original release?
Let me see if I can check that on my phone.
Yeah, that's Matador. That's the first major hurdle of the game done. And like the lady said, we will have access now to the Labyrinth of Amala, which is one of our long-term goals to do that, all of it, before the final dungeon. There's also probably something worth noting in that Matador had the Candelabrum of Foundation, but we were given the Candelabrum of Sovereignty. You think there's anything to that?
Trying to think of like multiple things at the same time. My brain is like having issues.
It's mostly a rhetorical question. Alright, so let's go heal up. Then we'll save, and then we'll take a dip into the Labyrinth of Amala.
Time to go back to the Spaghetti Network.
Yeah. I'm not sure how capable we'll be of doing it now. It'll just be the first Kappa, I think, at this point. But we will have trouble when we get to Ikebukuro. So, like, a little bit of extra work wouldn't be a bad thing. Alright, to the Labyrinth of Spaghetti.
Alright, so I can't find anything about if he was in the original version of Nocturne, just a comment that he appears as a boss in the updated release of Nocturne.
Yeah, it's actually a very fair point. If we check the Megaten wiki...
That's actually what I'm looking at. It states, Matador appears as a boss in the updated release of Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, titled Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne Maniac.
Yeah, that would suggest that he doesn't appear in the original release.
I would assume so. But normally when it comes to looking up stuff, I'm like, unless it specifically states he's not there, I kind of like squint at it, you know?
He's part of the Fiend race, which is a big thing in... the Maniacs release.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check who else is in the Fiend race. Megaten 2 if... Nocturne. Here we go. Fiend race demons are not available in the original Japanese release. The only Fiend in the original Japanese release is the Demi-Fiend.
Interesting. I guess that answers our question.
Added in the Maniacs version, upon which the international releases are based, they will serve as semi-optional bosses rather than encountered randomly with low odds as in previous installments. Also, you remember this area?
Yes, I do.
Told you, remember, like, we checked the door, it was a terminal, we just couldn't go in.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's check out the peephole.
It's like, hi, what are y'all up to?
Okay, who is on the stage today? This is the kind of extra content in later re-releases that I really like. And, like, the Shin Megami Tensei series as a whole does this pretty well, but you could argue it does it to the detriment of its original releases. Like, consider Persona 3 versus FES, or like Persona 5 versus Royal, original SMT Nocturne versus Maniacs. Or it's not so much that it feels like added content, more that it feels like stuff that was just not in the original. If you get what I mean?
Yeah, I do. With, like, newer games, when it does that, it feels more like they released an incomplete version of the game.
Yes.
And I guess when you go back to it for the older games, like, it does kind of feel that way too, because, like, you'd get like Kingdom Hearts, and then, like, a year later you'd get, like, Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. And it's just one of those things of, like, okay, if it only took you an extra year for this, why couldn't you have just put it in the original version of the game, you know?
Yeah. Like Final Fantasy VII in its international release.
True.
Or I guess more appropriately for you guys in America, FF10 in its international release.
Very true.
Yeah.
I never played the PS2 version, I only played HD, but I know the differences between what was on PS2, Final Fantasy X, and what was on the international release.
I have it on PS2 and I've beaten it on PS2. Europe got the international release because it took them long enough to release it in Europe. But by the time they did, the international version was out.
Which I feel bad for y'all at times because of stuff like that, where it's like y'all get completely just looked over for certain games.
It's not as bad as it used to be for like most stuff, but it's still absolutely terrible for Shin Megami Tensei.
Mm-hmm. Anywho, let's go ahead on with this cutscene. Satoshi, you recovered the candelabrum from that fiend. I knew I could count on you, even if the world changed. I believed in you, that you would always be my strength.
Getting kind of weird now later.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not so sure we're on this type of basis. Just saying. Did I cut out there again?
We just didn't get anything.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah. Here's what my master has to say. Candelabrum that you acquired. It was part of his prized collection. candelabra are flames of life that control the flow of Makasushi within the labyrinth of Amala. But they were stolen by terrible fiends. The candelabra grant to their possessors access to the labyrinth of Amala. However, that privilege is not intended for just anyone. This place is strictly forbidden to all but those my master has permitted entry. That is why we would like to ask you a favor. Is it possible for you to retrieve the candelabra, the flames that light the floors of the labyrinth, and return them here? That is my master's request. To recover the 11 candelabra. If you are willing to accept the task, then you will be allowed to enter the labyrinth of Amala.
I mean, you already gave me one, so I assume I'm already allowed to enter.
Yeah, really. It's like you're allowed to enter, but if you get the other 10, you are like super allowed to enter. It's like we only have like 11 VIP badges, but if you have all 11 VIP badges, it's like you're super VIP.
Super VIP, you get to see the true demon ending.
I believe that it is a fair offer, but it is up to you to decide. Will you do it for my master's sake?
It's weird that you'd ask, like, for the master's sake when your master has done nothing but just kind of stare at me.
Yeah, it's just like sitting there in a wheelchair, just like staring daggers at you.
Like, if you were like, yeah, will you do it for my sake? And then, like, casually put one foot forward and slightly lifted the skirt, it would make a lot more sense than just saying, yeah, will you do it for this old dude that you have no idea about who just keeps staring at you?
Well, he has a stick. He has a cane. He could beat you with the cane. If you
Can
don't
he even
do
get
it.
out of that chair?
Look, you don't know. Maybe he's like, his chair is actually like a racing chair. He just like zooms over to you and just starts smacking you with his cane.
Yeah, will you do it for the sake of the hobo that sits at the back of the bus? I mean, I guess so.
Thank you, Satoshi. I knew I could count on you. I mean, I knew you would accept our offer.
You notice how she was smiling there and then she stopped?
Yeah. She's like, I knew I could count on you, smile. Goes back to not smiling. The candelabra tend to attract each other. That is why I gave you one.
Yeah, if this is something you knew about, you should probably have asked the favor before you gave me one.
Yeah, and one of those things are just like, oh, by the way, this kind of comes with some clause and conditions. Here, make sure to read the fine print. But here's your gift. Enjoy. As long as you have your candelabra, you will eventually come across the others. When you retrieve a candelabrum, please place it on the pedestal in the corresponding floor of the labyrinth. I will reward you as you return them to their rightful places. If you hold your candelabrum to the spinning drum of Amala, the device referred to as a terminal in Tokyo. You will be able to enter and leave here freely. Please be careful. I wish you the best. Oh, hold on.
Oh, I didn't
We got
realize
more
I
to
was.
this.
I didn't realize I was muted on the stream for the clapping as the curtain fell.
But I mean, like, the curtain fell, you did your clapping, and then it's like behind the curtain.
Behind the curtain. What a shit audience.
It's like, oh, damn, we only had one person turn out for this. This sucks.
Yeah.
Preparations are complete. Let us see if our chosen fiend will emerge victorious. If he is the one we have been waiting for. It's like that's a pretty small stage if like you're able to see that much detail just looking into that peephole, by the way.
You know, it's implied to be magic.
It's like Demon Fiend. What your fiend I see?
I see an old man. I see old people. Actually, just occurred to me, the Amala network is very much a similar idea that they did again in Strange Journey Redux. Strange Journey Redux, once you get partway through the game, you're given access to a new dungeon that you get into through the terminals.
Interesting. Again, I haven't played the Redux versions or the like enhanced versions of various games. Kind of came out during a period of my life that I was like, well, I have no money, so we're just gonna disregard video games at the moment.
Well, you know, ChanceEm, it's funny you say that, because right now on the 3DS eShop, all of the Shin Megami Tensei games are currently 50% off.
I know.
I'm
found
doing
that.
a promotional pitch.
Oh, I see. Even in the apocalypse, you're just like, by the way, let me bring in capitalism.
Yes. There is a shaft leading downwards. Yeah, Strange Journey Redux is kind of neat. It'd be nice if they added English voice acting to it. Thank you, Clint.
On that note, I actually managed to find my 3DS the other day. Like, I managed to unpack it. Which, give me just 1 second. I'm actually going to go grab it, because now I want to see about those 3DS sales.
Too late, we're already doing mini games.
Oh, what the? I'm getting Yeah, I was gonna say, I just suddenly got flashbacks to, like, trying to get the Chaos Emeralds in Sonic Heroes.
The first Kapla. So if I have Royal is on sale currently, I'll pick that game up eventually. Alright, so let's check out the Kapla. Hall of Candles. If we place the candelabrum of foundation upon the pedestal here, we realise it's actually Hanukkah. As far as the stream goes, I mentioned this before. I want to do like the original versions of the Persona games 3, 4, and 5, and then do like the updated versions. Just to add some difference, like 3 FES, like rather than actually original Persona 3, because there's literally no point. So 3 FES, then 3 portable as the FEMC, Persona 4, then Golden, Persona 5, then Royal.
Yeah, because the main difference between regular Persona 3 and Persona 3 FES is just the updated compendium and the answer, right?
There's also a bunch of extra events, social events, or just stuff that goes on during like the days in FES.
I played FES, but I bought original Persona 3 so I could get the collector's edition, which kind of frustrated me because the person who sold it to me didn't include the soundtrack for Persona 3.
Ooh.
I got the art book and stuff at least.
Hey, ChanceEm.
Oh, hello.
Hey, ChanceEm.
What?
New Capua, who dis?
Oh dear.
Alright, so how bad is this gonna be? Not too bad, alright. This is the Labyrinth of Amala. Well, completely different from the Vortex world in which you came from. It's almost like it was made afterwards. Divided into several regions called Capla, and at the very bottom resides our master, the ruler of chaos. If you can't figure out who that is, then this might be your first SMT game. We're not going to tell you. If you wish to pursue the path of creation as a human, then there is no reason for you to stay here any longer.
So I have kind of a...
Stay here long, yeah.
So I have kind of a funny comment here about as far as what this looks like.
Okay.
The flooring and the walls remind me of a big name convention I went to in the US for like anime and stuff. Like it looks very similar to like the coloring of the floor and the walls. At least back then. So now I'm just kind of imagining that Demi-Fiend is here for an anime convention.
Imagine Demi-Fiend costumes are difficult to pull off at conventions without possibly violating some sort of dress code.
So it actually depends, because I have a friend who actually did do a Demi-Fiend cosplay. And they are AFAB, or assigned female at birth, but they actually managed to pull it off. And they did not violate dress code for it.
I think I've seen female Demi-Fiend cosplays.
It's actually pretty cool. Like, the paint takes forever. But it's also really cool when people are able to include, like, glow-in-the-dark body paint with it, too. Even though you really only see that if you're going to go over to, like, the rave and whatnot. Sorry, not rave. Dance. Because some conventions are like, if you call it a rave, we're gonna, like, get on you because rave implies drugs, and we can't be having that, you know?
Yeah. Like, there are drugs, but we're just not allowed to say there are.
Yeah.
I feel like I shouldn't explore this place yet.
You're not ready to take on the anime convention? That's, like, aside from the Spaghetti Network?
Is anybody ever?
Truth be told, no. I haven't been to one since, like, 2018. I mean, 2018. But even now, it's like with the pandemic and places opening up and everything, I'm just like, you know what? I'm not so sure when I'm actually going to ever go back to one of those places.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I've been to them before and I just don't enjoy them.
I used to be really heavy into
Alright, thanks for
cosplay.
joining us, Clem. You take care of yourself, and we'll catch you next time.
Have a good day, Clem. Yeah, I used to be like really heavy into cosplay, and that's what kind of got me into conventions in the first place. And then as years went on, I kind of just kept going more so because I like to support the artist alley. And I like to meet up with friends of mine that were still in the cosplay scene. And as far as myself with cosplay, I feel more so like I will only do it outside of conventions, or if I have a group of friends I feel comfortable being around.
Yeah.
So
I don't really do cosplay, so for me, anime conventions have always been like overcrowded places that are usually too warm and smell, where everything is overpriced.
sometimes you can get some really good deals at conventions. Like one of my friends actually managed to get the Fierce Deity first 4-figure statue for like $150. And now that thing goes for like $1,000.
I'll slow down the deer here. I don't want the unicorns to die. Demi Fiend keeps missing. There we go.
Timmy Fiend's like, I can punch a skull. And now the skull is dead.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get out of it. We'll leave the first Kapla for later. Definitely. Let me see. Heal unicorn somewhat. Do I have anybody that can deal with mute? I do not. Do I have a dismute? I do not. So that immediately is a problem.
Oof.
But yeah, we'll do this eventually. We'll have to get the true demon ending. Like we say, the requirements for the true demon ending is to beat all the fiends and finish the labyrinth of Amala. To finish the labyrinth of Amala, you need to beat all the fiends. You need to get all the candelabrum, and they give you access to more areas in the network. Yeah, this isn't too bad. Do you expect this to control
getting
works?
you another chaos. I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, this is something I would expect to control worse. But on another note, instead of all the Sonic jokes and whatnot, I can see where they got a certain part of Digital Devil Saga 2 from with that bit.
We check the peephole again? Yeah, is there anything
It's
in
like,
there?
it's like, hey, what are y'all up to?
Oh, it's just a lady in black.
Oh, hello. With the curtain drawn behind her.
Yeah.
Hello, Satoshi. My master is resting now.
Is it because he's old?
I want you to know that I'm always thinking about you. Always.
Cool.
The fiends possess strength beyond compare, but I have confidence in you. Satoshi.
What?
I know that you'll return all the candelabra to the labyrinth of Amala. It's like, thanks. Thanks.
Well, that was weird.
See, this is why you shouldn't just go peeping in random holes.
Yeah, let's not peep in the hole again. I wanted to go to Ginza, because there's the heal fountain at Ginza. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll leave the Labyrinth of Amala for way later. I'll have to really give some consideration to when I want to do that. Yeah, there is definitely a question with it. It could be a good source of progress while also gaining levels at some point when you kind of hit a wall in the overworld. Anyway, we took down Matador, so let's go and see what's past Matador. So, like we said, Matador is basically the gate that guards the proper game. Proper game experience.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to Ikebukuro and see what's going on. And also deal with that other boss. Who is also a fiend.
Gotta take on all the fiends.
This one's
Oh, hi,
sorry.
Fornius. Oh, no, you're not Fornius. Sorry, I forgot. Confused you with your uncle there for a moment, buddy.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I'm gonna use you to just fuse with something, like the minute we get to the Cathedral of Shadows.
It's like trade offer. You get this, and I get to kill you.
Pretty much. Although if the whole consideration of keeping Pixie with you is anything to go with, fusion seems to just be an evolution rather than a death.
I mean, it is kind of weird, like... I sometimes have to wonder, like, if you fuse stuff, like, internally, if their minds are kind of, like, still partially the original selves.
I think the best way to look at it would be in a similar concept to Seraph.
That's fair.
Alright, let's do this.
Let's do this. Takes even a full step, gets into a battle.
Well, the good thing is that I changed the Magatama we have. So the one we're on now emphasizes physical. Which gives us an extra 5 points in strength.
Nice.
However, as you saw there, it also makes us weak to ailments.
Yeah, not nice. See, the whole weak to ailments thing always makes me feel very uncomfortable to use in JRPGs. It's one reason why, as much as I like Cielo in Digital Devil Saga, it made me very uncomfortable to use him in battle.
Yeah, I didn't like using Cielo in DDS1. DDS2 I was very kindling when the game started forcing me to use him, but they buffed him for that. Which was nice. Alright, so High Pixie has Poison Moody.
Yay! No more poison.
That's why I didn't use a Disc Poison. Okay. $25 MP for that is a pretty hefty cost right now. I think we'll get some out of it later. The Kaja cancels Kaja effects. That is useful. I want to keep that. Get rid of Intimidate. In early game, when you're still recruiting demons, the abilities that demons get that allows them to help you in negotiations sound good. But ultimately, with them, the activation of them being purely random, you can never rely on them. So you may as well just replace them at the earliest opportunity. These do we have here? Smoke Ball. In any other RPG, I'd probably never use that, but I can't promise that in this. Oh no, not more enemies. Punch them in the face. Ah, balls. That wasn't as much damage as I was expecting, so that was good. Unicorn can use Medea. Hey, how you doing, Lavina? ChanceEm is here somewhere.
I am here. I am right here.
Sometimes I can still hear his voice.
I'm telling people I'm dead. I haven't been fused for something yet. Doing the smart thing and did not bring a snack this time. What I was double checking was actually how much the SMT games on 3DS eShop are right now.
The other one I saw is SMT4 is $10 down from $20.
So SMT Strange Journey Redux is $19.99. SMT4 Apocalypse is $14.99. I gotta go through all these videos to get over to the next game. Okay. Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker is $9.99. Devil Survivor Overclocked is $9.99. SMT4 is $9.99. And anything else up on the shop at the moment?
Persona Q.
Devil Summoner Soul Hackers is $9.99.
Soul Hackers is worth grabbing.
And now I gotta back
SMT
out.
flavor.
Now I gotta back out and actually check for the Persona, because I just searched Shin Megami Tensei, and it's not under that. I know I am very much into, like, oh, let me get a physical version, but for those prices, it is kind of tempting.
Oh, yeah.
And in that regard, I feel a little bit more comfortable downloading for the 3DS than I do for, like, PlayStation, if that makes sense. Because then I can at least, like, just pop it onto the SD card.
Yeah, with it being a portable system, there's not the same demand for an always online connection.
Persona 2... sorry. Accidentally hit a button, so I needed to go back. Persona Q2 is $19.99.
That's not bad, considering it's not that long ago it came out. Last year, the year before, I think.
And Persona Q is $9.99.
In that same vein, are the Etrian Odyssey games on sale?
Let me go back and double check that.
I had the original Etrian Odyssey on original DS, didn't really get much into it. And then I picked up Persona Q. There was a sale at some point. I grabbed Soul Hackers, Persona Q, Etrian Odyssey 4, and Etrian Odyssey Untold. So I'd heard they got them really good. And I played Persona Q, and it's basically Etrian Persona Odyssey? Persona Odyssey. Like, it's literally a Persona with Etrian Odyssey mechanics.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I clicked, like, trying to make it so it doesn't have to pull up video, but it's like, Etrian Odyssey Nexus is $19.99, and Etrian Odyssey 5 Beyond the Myth is $14.99.
No 4 Untold or Untold 2.
Etrian Odyssey 2 Untold is $9.99. I gotta introduce a few others because Etrian Odyssey Untold is $9.99.
It's a good price.
Etrian Odyssey 4 is $9.99. Some pretty good prices.
They are. My story with Persona Q and Etrian Odyssey. Persona Q was really what got me into Etrian Odyssey, because I really enjoyed the gameplay of it. The map, the dungeon crawling combined with the drawing the map was really appealing to me. The problem was the Persona side of the story and characters was terrible, and I was like, you know what, I don't want any of this. Because they take the main characters of Persona 3 and 4, and then those personalities that you really loved, and like one of your favourite parts of the games, they boil those down to 2 character traits. And that's all the characters ever do.
That's really unfortunate.
It is. So Chie's always talking about how much she loves Kung Fu and eating meat. And that's her entire character. And it was enough to get... It was enough for me to be tired of it before I was finished with the second dungeon, so I just stopped. And decided to play Etrian Odyssey 4 instead.
So, something that got me into Etrian Odyssey, and I gotta double check my DS titles. I don't think I have any of them anymore, unfortunately. But what ended up catching my attention is apparently there is a cameo of Derek Stiles and Angie Thompson from Trauma Center in the first one.
It might be worth you picking up Untold then, because that's the remake of the first one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Untold and Untold 2 are the remakes of the first and second. Because they were very light on story content. It was basically pure dungeon crawling with a map system that you could make. So Untold and Untold 2 has Classic and like the new Classic mode if you want to play it basically how it originally worked, but with the more modern conveniences and improvements of like 5 games. And then it's got the whole new adventure mode, which is the original game, but with a whole story to it.
See, like, this is where I'm just going to go ahead and say that it gets really confusing trying to figure out which games in a series pick up sometimes, because it would be a lot easier to know that if it was just titled Etrian Odyssey Remake.
This is what you got me for.
I appreciate you.
It's what I do.
Because it's like
I know
you
a
have
lot about video games and like nothing else.
Because here you have like Etrian Odyssey Untold, and then you have like oh my god, why am I forgetting the name of that sequel button? Yakuza Kiwami, I believe.
Yeah, Kiwami is the
remake.
remake, yeah.
Which, by the way, speaking of Yakuza, that reminds me actually of the recently released game on Switch, Miitopia.
Okay, that's a weird connecting point.
The reason being is that apparently in the Switch remake of Miitopia, they have a very extensive Mii creator. And someone on Twitter made every single Mii in their story Majima. Or Majima. And like I was watching the video of it, and it's beyond absurd. But it's also ridiculous just how amazingly detailed you can be in that game.
It makes you think of like, hey, why did Nintendo get rid of this? Along with the Miiverse.
Like, yeah. I mean, it's kind of strange that they did like get rid of the whole Mii thing and didn't really keep it around, especially since they still make you make a Mii for certain things on Switch. It's like, here, make a Mii that you can use for games that utilize the Mii. And then like you get a game that utilizes Mii and it's like, oh, we just have our own Mii creator in the game anyways.
Yeah, like the only reason I made a Mii on Switch was because Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was all like, make a Mii. But I don't want to, I'm never going to play as the Mii character, make a Mii.
Yeah.
And then I never played as the Mii character.
I know, like, as far as, like, having a Nintendo account, which is needed for if you have any of the Nintendo mobile titles, they're like, make a Mii to represent your account, and I'm like, why can't I just use my username? It's like, you make a username and Mii, and then you're just like, here's your username, and it's like, here's your Mii. It's like, can I just choose the username instead?
Hmm. The weird thing with that I've noticed is, I might be. I had a Mii that I'd made for the Wii U, and I think also was on 3DS. I can't remember where I made the Mii, but I had a Mii. And then with the Switch, like, it just didn't take it. I had to make a new Mii on the Switch.
Yeah, that's something I noticed, because, like, while I was setting up the Switch, it was like, connect your Nintendo account. I'm like, okay, I connect my Nintendo account. It's like, I have a Mii connected to the Nintendo account. And it's like, okay, now you gotta make a Mii. I'm like, why do I have to make a new Mii? Shouldn't it just import what I have on my account already?
Yeah, it feels very much like a typical case of Nintendo being Nintendo. But yeah, no, your purchases won't cross over. You're gonna have to buy Super Mario World for the 7th time. This is why I have separate emulators, Nintendo.
I remember back with the Wii that Nintendo was all like, yeah, we want people to be able to play our games no matter what. Like, as if they're opening a toy box and always being able to play the games. And then now with the Switch, they're just like, yeah, we aren't going to bring over like the N64 or Wii games or anything like that, or the Wii Shop we had on the Wii U. And it's like, why?
It is really frustrating. Nintendo is sat on top of like the most prolific back catalogue of IPs in the industry, and they refuse to do anything with them.
And the biggest thing that still like just gets me is the fact of GameCube. They have never ported GameCube, and I know I've mentioned this so many times, but it just amazes me because it's like you have PlayStation, who has done PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, of course not like every title, but they've still acknowledged that they have individual systems. And you have Xbox, and then Xbox 360, you know, Xbox One. Like, they acknowledge they have games from each of the systems. And then you just have Nintendo, and they're just like, we have NES, Super NES, N64, Wii. And you're like, wait, is there something that's supposed to be between N64 and Wii? And they're like, NES, SNES, N64, Wii. Nope, we got it all. And then you get over to Switch, and they're just like NES, SNES. It's like N64. It's like, no, we're good.
Yeah, setting up digital systems is more of a pain than it really should be. I feel like Nintendo should really have a system for having more than one 3DS, where you can just transfer between the two.
Because like I've been very tempted to buy a 2DS XL because my 3DS, the L button on it is going a little bit, and the rubber piece on the joystick actually falls off occasionally because I have used the hell out of my 3DS. It is a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3DS, so it's like almost 10 years old, if not 10 years old this year, actually. So I've debated going ahead and just getting a 2DS XL because I don't use the 3D features really.
Yeah, I don't think anybody does. I
And
mean, we
it's the
got to
whole
the
thing.
point where there are plenty of games that don't use it.
Yeah, it's like Nintendo was like, here's our feature. And then, like, for the first year or two, games were like, yay. And then everybody was like, and I don't care to use this feature. I remember, like, a part of it was all like, if you have kids under the age of 8, please don't let them use the 3DS feature. And it's like, what? And then nobody used it.
I was playing Ocarina of Time 3D the other day. I did Deku Tree. I was like, let me mess with the 3D. Every now and then I'm like, yeah, let me use the 3D a little bit. And like,
Yeah,
I can do the Deku Tree pretty quick, like under 15 minutes. And my eyes were hurting before I was done with the Deku Tree.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's the worst thing of the entire system. Like, your primary gimmick physically hurts.
The first two games I had on 3DS were Ocarina of Time 3DS, which I bought before I even had a 3DS, partially because there was a bonus from Club Nintendo that if you bought Ocarina of Time 3DS and then, like, redeemed the code for it that you get for getting coins or whatever with Club Nintendo, you would also be able to get a free soundtrack for Ocarina of Time 3DS.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing that was like one of the only things that was ever worth getting on Club Nintendo in the US.
Yeah, that was the physical soundtrack that they would mail to you. I did something similar for Phantom Hourglass, actually, where the physical thing you got for that was a stylus shaped like the feather that Link uses for his map in Phantom Hourglass. And I can actually take a picture and share that on Discord later because I actually just unpacked that the other day, and it's up with my Game Boy Advance games at the moment.
Ooh. You have to glue the 3D slide down. I think like one of the best ways to describe that to a kid. Gotta be a kid. Is like it's gonna physically hurt you.
Even if you say it like that to the kid, they're gonna think if they mess with it, they're gonna get shocked, and then because reverse psychology, they're gonna want to mess with it.
Such a dumb feature. It's one of Nintendo's whole problems of like, there it is, a ladder here that I've missed. It was on the map and everything. I just kept looking over it. It's like, okay, so Nintendo always feel like they need to reinvent the wheel. And then on top of that, like, okay, so you're making systems and you do want to maintain your young audience, your audience of young gamers. So why did you make this thing that they can't use, but they are going to feel like they should use? It makes me think, like, even beyond the 3D, when Kid Icarus Uprising came out. which was a game that became
That was a
physically painful to play for extended sessions.
I was about to say, like, the gameplay of that game was really bad until it got to the thing of like, oh yeah, by the way, change the control schemes and all of that. I'm like, oh, I can actually customize how to play this game? Okay. And the moment I customize it, it's like, oh, this game is actually a lot of fun now.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, no,
It's
here's a
like,
game that comes with a stand, because if you try and play it without the stand, it will physically hurt you. I'm sorry, Nintendo,
the
did
funny
you learn nothing from the Virtual Boy?
the funny thing about that is I refuse to use the stand.
You
I
shouldn't have to
still
use the
have
stand, it's a portable system.
Which actually, let me look over here real quick. I actually do not have that anymore. I
Am I
don't have
heading
this.
to Ikebukuro? I feel like it's been so long and like we don't know anymore.
I don't.
Right there after we get out of the hall. Awesome.
Surprising, I do not have the stand for it anymore. I got rid of the stand. That's what it is.
It's so pointless. It's like it's a handheld system. And the best solution you've come up with for your terrible control scheme is to remove the portability of your handheld system. Who signed off on that?
Hang on a sec. I'm gonna pop my mic off for a second because Pup is like looking at me pleadingly.
Alright. Like the whole thing, like Nintendo just making stupid business decisions. And being praised for them is always the thing that gets me. Like people who praise Nintendo's NES and Super Nintendo stuff that you get with the subscription on Switch, and it's like, no, that's pointless. You pay a subscription fee to have access to a really small selection of games that they've already re-released dozens of times.
I will say one thing about the Nintendo Online is that $20 a year is a lot better than like other companies.
I think the thing to consider with that though is like even let's not bring the other companies into it. Previously we were getting that for free. We were getting the online for free. And then Nintendo just turned around and said, no, you're going to start paying for it now. But here's some consolation features. But the online is still garbage. Have you tried playing online yet, ChanceEm?
Yes, I actually played with Levino here with Animal Crossing.
I don't know how it is with Animal Crossing, especially with it being a pretty low-level game. Like, it's not fast-paced, not frantic or anything. But I can tell you very confidently, Smash Ultimate's Online is shit.
Oof. I only played Smash Brawl online a few times back in the Wii days, because the online for that was just painful.
Yeah,
like,
it's not much better.
I just remember tons of people playing Sonic, and like they would just be like warping around the screen, around the level, and I'd be like, what is going on?
Yeah, adding more games to the Switch Online would be a good idea. The problem is, like, with them being a subscription system that they're doing with it, you get the feel like they're not going to add more. Like, when was the last time they added Super Nintendo stuff or NES stuff to the library? You feel like, okay, chances are they've decided they've hit a high point where if they add any more, you're getting more value than you deserve for what you're paying. I think that's probably at least part of the reason why the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection didn't have Galaxy 2.
That is a very fair point.
Because like I and presumably anybody else who had any real sense of let's not constantly suck Nintendo's dick, was like, hey, this is really basic emulation. Maybe they shouldn't be $60. And Nintendo was like, yeah, no, $60 is fine for 3 games. 4 games, no, $60 is not enough.
Meanwhile, you have like other companies out here, like wasn't it didn't Crash do the 3 games on one for PS4?
Yeah, I compared it multiple times to Activision, with the Crash Insane trilogy and the Spiral Reignited trilogy, and then like now this Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2. And it's like when you're being compared negatively to Activision, you've done something wrong.
And let's take it also another step with Capcom. I know it didn't come out in the US, and the US version is digital only. But the physical release for Phoenix Wright 1, 2, and 3 for PlayStation 3, I can actually import that for $40. Like shipping and all. Brand new. And again, that's 3 games.
I think there's another, but that's probably progress. I think there's another point to be made as well with like the Activision stuff, the Crash and the Spyro. They're not emulations, they've remade those games entirely. And it wasn't even just a case of, yeah, no, we've put fresh graphics on top of it. Like, they redid all of that, and you can tell that by the physics. The physics are not the same. They redid, like, they remade the entire thing. And it launched, I think, at $40.
I gotta go check on what Pup's getting angry about. Give me 1 second.
It's a dog.
Yep, that's a dog. It's a puppy at that. 2-year-old little pup. I say little, but it's the biggest dog. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Alright. Everybody say goodbye to the pupper. Alright, save here. I don't know, I mean, I think about a lot of the stuff Nintendo does, and it frustrates me, but it frustrates me more when other people are just like, yeah, no, Nintendo's great doing all this. It's a really good idea. You can buy this collection of 3 great Mario games, even though it's really like 2.5 great Mario games. It's like, if you ever saw the reviews for the 3D All-Stars, and like the reviews were stupidly positive. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's a shame that Nintendo's gonna take them off in March, and that they cost as much as they do, but they're so good. And it's like, yeah, I feel like that should be more than a footnote. Yeah, that was the thing, like, the limited time offer was the big thing to get as many people into it as possible. The fear of missing out. The FOMO thing. Which worked. It's one of the most frustrating things. It worked. Like to say Nintendo can't really do that kind of thing again, because they'll experience diminishing returns with it, but it's not true. They could do that again, and have it work. Like, they could do it with Zelda again. Like, people would buy it again. They could do it with Metroid, do a limited release of Metroid Prime Trilogy for Metroid's anniversary in August, and people would still buy it. Yeah, that was the thing. Like, you remember the rumors before it was announced, when people were like, "Oh, they're doing an All Stars version of the 3D Mario games," and everyone was like, "They're remaking them?" It's like Super Mario All Stars was like 4 remakes packaged together, and 3D All Stars is 3 emulations packaged together and sold at full price. And to make that worse, like the Nintendo Giga Leak that happened last year, and somebody, like, the source code for Mario 64 came out, and somebody ported it to PC so you can get Mario 64 that'll run on PC, and it's not emulation, it's a PC version of Mario 64, which of course supports way more for mods than emulating the N64 version does. And like that, in comparison with what Nintendo's official release was, fans shouldn't be doing better than the official release. And like, I don't mean that by like fans should have the sense to not be good, or like fans shouldn't take it upon themselves. I'm saying like Nintendo should be doing better. All the money they've got, all the resources, and at the end of the day, what they choose to throw out is worse than what somebody put together working in their free time. Mario Sunshine and Mario Galaxy on the 3D collection, how does it compare to Dolphin? And I feel like people give Nintendo way too much credit for doing basically nothing. The Mario thing, like the Mario 35th anniversary, has been frustrating because of the... Interesting, I didn't realise it was that angle. It has been frustrating because of the, Zelda's 35th anniversary was in February, and aside from the announcement of Skyward Sword HD, which looks like another basic... Yeah, no, we've put this in HD. And added actual controls to it, which is something that the original version should have had anyway. And Nintendo's blatant admission that the motion controls were never essential. And like, I'm totally expecting Skyward Sword HD to be less impressive in terms of how improved it is than Wind Waker HD was. Like, aside from that, Nintendo's completely ignored in Zelda's 35th anniversary. Because Mario is going on. See, a Zelda collection like that would be cool. I'd be down for that. Pokemon, personally not into Pokemon, but let's talk about Pokemon for a minute. Nintendo's entire history with Pokemon has been to basically never re-release the core games. And then when they do, the only times they've ever done so, they've made such huge deals out of it. When they put Gen 1 and Gen 2 on the 3DS Virtual Console. Oh, that was fucking wonderful. No. Yeah, there's still so much just stuck on Wii U, which is disappointing in so many ways. And it's like, oh, maybe we will eventually get Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD on Switch. But based on what Nintendo's done with all of their other Wii U ports, is it going to be just a full-priced port? Alright, head north. It's like, okay, so Pokemon Gen 1, Gen 2. Nintendo puts them out on 3DS Virtual Console, and they make the big thing out of them. It's like, okay, so we've disabled restore points, so people can't cheat. It's like, okay, I think you're putting a bit too much into the whole consideration of people cheating with Gen 1 and Gen 2. Yeah, people will do it, but it shouldn't be that big of a thing. And then they also cost more as well. Oh, because we added wireless communication, so you can do battles and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's a cool feature, but does it need to cost more for that? The basic feature that has been in any other emulator for years. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance Virtual Console and the DS Virtual Console and Wii U, having them there and not on 3DS was ridiculous.
I return.
We're in Ikebukuro now.
Ah, nice.
Oh, we're at Ikebukuro, we're not in.
It took me an extra moment to get back because as I got back, my pups managed to trip over one of the cords connected to my power strip and managed to knock the full power strip off the wall. So I had to reset that back up on the wall.
The craziness of rowdy dogs. Just rowdy animals. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm getting used to living with pets again, especially 5 pets. Because I have not had a pet in 4 years. Like, just shy of 4 years. So, getting used to life with pets again. It basically is, like, you have to child-proof so much.
But yeah, the Nintendo just... so much they could do, so much they refuse to do. And then when they do it, they make a big deal out of doing the bare minimum and charge so much for it.
Which, speaking of that, I'm, not going to go into spoilers on new Pokemon Snap or anything like that. But have you seen the Metacritic reviews of it coming in?
No, I've not seen... The only thing I saw was a thing that popped up earlier. It was like a Twitter post. Somebody keeps accidentally taking pictures of Pokemon that look like they're 40-something.
Oh, I haven't seen that. That's actually pretty funny. No, apparently a bunch of people are review bombing new Pokemon Snap and giving it straight zeros. One of the reviews was in Spanish, but it said that they think new Pokemon Snap sucks because it is not open world like Breath of the Wild.
I feel like user scores can be really helpful. They really can. But also, there have been so many cases of review bombings for stupid reasons, which really suggest maybe people shouldn't actually be allowed to have opinions.
I feel
when Astral Chain came out, and people were review bombing it on Metacritic because it was exclusive to the Switch.
See, I didn't know that. I've only heard of Astral Chain from both you and my friend Mantle. And I've seen Mantle play a little bit of it, and I'm like, man, I really need to get a copy of that game at some point, because it looks fun.
I have a full Let's Play up on my YouTube channel of it.
Oh, nice.
It was my longest Let's Play. It was also one of the last Let's Plays I did. Not because it was the longest.
But yeah, it is one of those things of like, some people feel they just aren't happy no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Like there's a joke, and I feel it can be applied to a lot of fandoms, in quotation marks, fandoms. that the joke for new Pokemon Snap I see at the moment is the people who hate Pokemon the most are Pokemon fans.
Yeah.
And
I criticize Pokemon. It's like, I don't like Pokemon. I think it's a really boring RPG. But I have stated several times that I'm really into the spin-offs, and I like the world of Pokemon. I just think the RPG is boring.
But it also comes down to the same thing of like with complaints I've seen about Tales of Arise, of the people who hate Tales games the most are Tales fans. It's kind of like you can apply it to both, because there's a lot of really dumb opinions you see that come out for games that aren't even fully out yet. And then in the case of new Pokemon Snap, it's out and you see that people are complaining because it's like they haven't even played the original game that this is based off of. Like the one person who's like, oh, this isn't open world like Breath of the Wild. It's like, and the N64 game wasn't open world like Breath of the Wild.
Compared to the N64 game, I think is not a good comparison, because that was like 20 years ago. And you could argue Ocarina wasn't open world like Breath of the Wild is.
Because it was 20 years ago. But I mean, it's also like, let's go back to that for a moment and be like, okay, what if the original Pokemon Snap was bad because it's not like Ocarina of Time? You don't move around like an Ocarina of Time. Because in that case, you did kind of move around similar to Ocarina of Time in the Pokemon games that were going on at the time.
For me, I think like the main thing to take away from it, and this is just an opinion I've had for a while, because like there was a big period a few years ago that I guess is still going on, where everything had to be open world, and my opinion is no, it doesn't.
Which I agree. It does not need to be, like, not everything needs to be open world.
More focused, directed experiences can be a lot of fun. And, you know, let's be fair, open world a lot of the time is just padded. I'd be interested in picking up Pokemon Snap, because the idea of the first one was always appealing to me, even if I never spent much time with it. Like I say, I like the world of Pokemon. My biggest problem with Pokemon has always just been not that way. The gameplay. I think it's a boring RPG. But I say that as somebody who is really into RPGs. I would like more depth to my RPGs. You know, it's not really even fair, because, like, I don't... For fuck's sake, stop missing.
But when it comes to, like, reviewing things, I feel like there is some sort of context that needs to be compared, even if there is, like, 20 years in between. Like, for another similar example, we have Neo The World Ends With You coming out, and there's been, like, 13 years between release of the original and now this one coming out.
2007, I think.
2007 in Japan, 2008 outside Japan.
That was that was like one of the first games I remember coming out in Europe before the US.
But like some things I've seen on it is that there's apparently going to be relationship building a la similar to visual novel, like kind of dating sim. How do you feel about that compared to the original?
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Original was Original was kind of an experimental idea to begin with the brand system.
Mm-hmm.
And experimenting more to give more depth to the characters isn't a bad idea. Dating sim isn't something I'm necessarily into the concept of, but you could also describe the social simulation of Personas 3, 4, and 5 as dating sim-esque.
That's very true.
So I think it all depends on how it becomes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Pokemon thing, like the RPG thing, I think the limitation of 4 moves and a limited amount of uses of each of those 4 moves is incredibly limiting. And it boils down to basically every battle being a case of pick your strongest move until the enemy is done. I feel like there is so little strategy to be had in Pokemon because of how limiting the system is.
I feel kind of opposite to that, actually. At least in regards of like when you're actually traversing through the world versus when you're fighting like quote unquote bosses. Because as
the compendium finally.
Yay, we finally have the compendium. Amazing.
And it looks like everything we've gotten so far is already in here.
Nice.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, on my side of things, I feel as you're traversing the world, it actually causes you to be more strategic because you are limited on what moves you can use as you are running around. Whereas if you just go with your strongest move each time, which tends to be a move that you only get 5 or 10 of, depending on how far you are into the story, if you're still trying to get from point A to point B to progress the story, you're going to run out of that and you're going to be stuck with your lower level moves. So it forces you to really strategize as you get from point A to point B.
You see, at that point, I feel like you talk about outside of battle ideas.
No, I'm talking about battles because you're still going to be getting into random battles as you get.
Yes, but preparation outside of battles, which has to be done to compensate for the limited system inside battles. And how you're punished for basically having the wrong Pokemon out at the wrong time. Oh yeah, no, swap Pokemon out, you've lost a turn. And I think there is definitely a point to be compared with this. Swapping demons out takes 2 turns in this. If you don't have an empty space in the party, you have to remove one and then summon a new one, that's 2 turns, and you've got 8 slots for skills.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there is definitely a comparison to be made between the standard SMT format and Pokemon, and how SMT just allows for so much more in the way of strategy. Oh, hey, look, do you want Penis Demon?
No, I do not want Penis Demon.
What if we gave it Secunda?
I mean, I would tolerate Penis Demon. How about that? I would regrettably be like, you're not Mara, but you're uncomfortable.
Oh, Mara. Well, I just have my personal issues with Pokemon. I've tried to get back into it over the years, and I just find the gameplay boring.
Meanwhile, I actually really enjoyed getting back into Pokemon in 2019.
It's okay, ChanceEm, you're allowed to be wrong.
I would say I'm digging another hole in that grave, but I don't feel like I'm digging a hole in that grave for saying I like Pokemon.
No, I honestly don't care. Let's like what you like. As long as you're not blindly devoted to it. That's when it goes too far.
Which reminds me of something, actually. A lot of people have been very Oh, it's this guy again. I was like, a lot of people have been upset, and then you enter here, and it's the shopkeeper. But what I was gonna say.
Alright, thanks for joining us, Lavino.
Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out here, Lavino.
You take care of yourself, buddy.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. But what I was about to say is that a lot of people are upset because Sega of Japan, stating of Japan, of Europe or America, because apparently there seems to be some disconnect between them.
Yeah, there always is. Japan has basically full control.
Mm-hmm. But Sega of Japan is pairing with a company to create NFTs.
Yeah, I did see that. And I'd never heard of NFTs until a couple of weeks ago where I watched a Jim Sterling video on it. I had no idea what they were. I didn't even know they were a thing. And having them explained to me really was just like, yeah, no, this is dumb. This is dumb.
Yeah, it's one of the dumbest things I have ever heard of, to be honest. I heard about them very shortly after they started getting popular because there was a thing going around on Twitter of people were stealing other people's artwork, like fan artists and regular artists and stuff. They were stealing their artwork and turning them into NFTs, and people were like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, that's one of the things Jim Sterling brought up. Somebody, I think somebody made a game and commissioned artists to make art for it, and then was selling that art as NFTs.
But yeah, I have a lot of friends that are artists, so they were very much like, we're all locking all of our accounts and going like on the down low until we figure out what is going on with this. So that's how I first learned of NFTs.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you remember cryptocurrency and how that seems like kind of a weird, sketchy idea?
And also kind of sucks because graphics cards and the environment.
Yeah. Hold my beer.
But what I mean by the disconnect between Sega of America and Sega of Europe...
during these streams.
That's a fair point.
Oh yeah, I need to keep a clear head to actually do strategy. Never mind.
But
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on.
No, you're fine. But the huge disconnect between Sonic of America.
That damn Sonic of America.
Sega of America, Sega of Europe, and Sega of Japan is that literally, like, about 24 hours apart is when these announcements happen. But, like, on Earth Day, Sega of America and Sega of Europe were like, let's do our part, clean up the planet, you know, do stuff that Sonic would approve of. And then, less than 24 hours later, Sega of Japan comes out and goes, yeah, we're making NFTs. But a lot of people got really frustrated because it's like, Sega, how could you do this? You know, this goes against everything that Sonic would stand for. Like, making NFTs, dealing with cryptocurrency, you're basically turning into Eggman. And the funny thing about this is the same company that Sega is pairing with to make NFTs, the same company is also pairing with Square Enix to make NFTs. But you're not really hearing a whole lot of backlash on the Square Enix side, even though, you know, one of their most popular games that got a remake last year features an eco-terrorist group.
For the people who don't know, do you want to explain what NFTs are?
Alright, so...
Do you need to pull up a Wikipedia explanation because the whole thing is so dumb and you feel like you're going to be explaining it wrong because it can't possibly be real?
Yeah, I need to pull up something real quick because it is kind of convoluted.
Yeah, it's
It's like, I know
ridiculous,
what
the
they
whole
are.
thing. It sounds fake. But
It's like,
apparently
I
it's
know
real.
what they are, but I want to make sure I'm explaining it correctly.
Yeah. It's like, I watched the Jim Sterling video on it, and it was like, okay, what's the point of any of this? Yeah, no, you've explained what it is. I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. I don't get how this is making money.
Alrighty.
It's a shame Ninja's not here yet, because we're about to run into one of his favourite characters.
Ah, damn. So let me go ahead and explain what Wikipedia gives for the definition of an NFT.
Is it just like one word, big letters, bullshit?
Essentially, that's what it should be.
Yeah.
But NFT stands for non-fungible token, and it's a unit of data stored on a digital ledger called a blockchain that certifies a digital asset to be unique and therefore not interchangeable. NFTs can be used to represent items such as photos, videos, audio, and other types of digital files. Access to any copy of the original file, however, is not restricted to the buyer of the NFT. While copies of these digital items are available for anyone to obtain, NFTs are tracked on blockchains to provide the owner with proof of ownership that is separate from copyright.
So it's basically, I think, says you have some kind of ownership, but not really.
Here's the thing to it. It's not just that you're buying something that says you have ownership to it. You're buying a link to something that says you have ownership.
Like, the thing that really gets me is, like, it's separate from copyright.
Mm-hmm.
That is
And
a
it's
tall
the other
building.
thing.
I just
the other
wanted to
thing-
note that.
You're fine. My roommate just texted me. I gotta reply back real quick. And I will get back on the NFT comment here.
The tall building will be relevant soon. There we go. And just hit them. You know, one thing I do appreciate about running through these dungeons is how low-key and chill these streams end up being. Like, we're not making Nocturne stressful. It's pretty low-key and chill.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Which is nice because Nocturne in itself is already stressful. We don't need added stress on top of it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, there I am.
You're so itty bitty.
Or Oni that made Thor mad and were kicked out.
By the way, as far as like the absurdity of NFTs, there are even more absurdities that have been going on with NFTs, and that was something I wanted to pull up because I've saved a few things I've come across because I'm like, I can't believe this is something that's actually happened. So with the movie Oscars, they actually sold an NFT that was a bust of Chadwick.
Wow, that seems pretty disrespectful to the memory.
Yeah, you would think that. But here's the thing on top of that. Here's what makes it worse. The person who made the NFT just slapped a golden filter over a $50 head model that they commissioned off an online maker. And on top of that, They didn't even make They didn't even pay the maker after completion of this head bust. They just stole the model file and ran off with it, and then turned it into an NFT. Like, one thing that was brought up is that NFTs will be great for artists. Then, like, most NFTs that are coming about seem to be really just stealing art from people and then turning it into whatever.
Yeah, it seems to be a case of, oh hey, yeah, no, we got tired of artists complaining about not getting credit, so we've created a system where they specifically will never get credit, and somebody else will get credit for it. I want a Nekomata in my party.
You want a cat girl in your party?
Yes.
Shame.
There we go, now we can talk to her. Oh dear. I hope this works, because Minakata's got the next turn after me and he's just been charmed. Yeah, there's more money. From my point of view, what do I think of your skin? I don't know if it's skin. Honestly, it's really unclear. It's also really unclear if you even have a mouth.
Yeah, she has kind of that Code Vein look going on.
Well, I know what to answer for that next time then.
And Nekomata was all like, I'm not soft, how dare you?
Oh, agility? Focus, this is definitely one we want. This is an ability that I would not use in other games. Basically boosts the damage of the next physical attack we do on the next turn. More than double. That's nice. Let's get rid of mana bonus. Mana bonus only gave us 9. So that was a 10% increase for mana bonus. Not awful, but considering I'm not going for a magic build, like, it's not worth it. You know, this brings up a point, like, are we going to be a hero and try and save the mannequins that are being drained? Or is this not that type of world?
Can you be a demon if you save people?
You know, you can have honor. Demon can be honorable. Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, if you're alright with it, I'd say let's save them.
Alright, let's try this again. Ooh, no, not a revival bead.
You're just not good with the cat girls, are you?
They want too much from me.
I mean, that's how cat girls kind of strike me, is that they kind of are looking for a sugar daddy, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean the combination of cat and girl. What's that, light sexism? Ooh.
I wasn't gonna comment on that.
Oh no, we do that here. We make the jokes and then we comment on the jokes to try and distract from the jokes themselves. ChanceEm is immediately reevaluating his decision to be part of this stream. Yeah, no, why not? Give me a life stone.
I mean, okay, pal. It's like, I'll give you a life stone if you don't kill me. It's like, oh, cool, I'll take the item then.
Yeah, I think jokes like that are all about context and meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's about context.
There is a lot of stuff that's about context. Like, you can have some, like, well, you can have some dark humor and stuff, but it is relevant to the context of, like, who is saying it, what things are going on around what it's being said with, and stuff like that.
Sometimes a shitpost is a shitpost. Alright. It feels like we've been going longer than 2.5 hours.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised. It has been 2.5 hours. I was looking at the time. I'm like, why does it say 2:11? I'm like, oh yeah, because Shane kind of was trying to die for a bit.
Yeah. I've got the record timer here. It says 2 hours 34 minutes.
Nice.
Rampage about doing whatever their instincts tell them to. That, along with the whole thing of might makes right that the Oni outside in like that room over there said, really makes it apparent like what this area is about. It's the standard Shin Megami Tensei Chaos alignment. Did you see the trailer for the last trailer for Nocturne HD that explained the reasons?
Yes, that was the last one I did see.
Did that feel like too much of a spoiler?
It did. Because it made you realize that, like, there's certain people that you're gonna have to go up against.
Yeah, there's a good chance this will be a lot of people's first SMT game.
Mm-hmm. Like true SMT beyond Persona and whatnot.
Yes. And realizing the completely different tone that it has, and then also just the fact that you are truly alone. And people aren't your friends. They're just there to use you. You exist as a commodity for them. And that's Shin Megami Tensei. It's not always Shin Megami Tensei. A lot of the SMT games have a heroine who will stick with you through basically anything. Do they? No, yeah, I suppose that's the minority, actually. Like 1 in 4, I think.
Also, I do find it very amusing that Jack Frost is named Hee-Ho here.
Yeah.
It's like, who are you? I'm Hee-Ho.
Isn't this the same Jack Frost that was running the shop?
I think so.
Alright, so you thought we were going to go in there? We're not. There's more doors to explore. Mostly because, like, I know as soon as we go for that door, there's a boss fight. Ah, boy, another sexy cat girl.
Hopefully you can, not insult this one.
Yeah, no, I'll probably do it anyway. Might not even be intentional this time. I do like my physical damage hitting triple digits. Yo, join my team. Fine, you can have a chakra drop. Nekomata the Beast. Yeah. No, we got a sexy cat girl.
Well, we got our cat girl. We can now claim this is anime.
She has absolutely nothing of value to me. Okay, so buffs and debuffs, very important in this game, and basically going to end up having to change up how I do all my usual RPG stuff. But charm is never going to be something I actually want to get use out of. It's weird that they had that, like they had them say that from outside the door, but didn't give us an option to not go in. They might as well lower their attack. Oh shit, they can do it back. I see. Go with lunge. Okay, that didn't help. There we go, one down. One thing that is kind of useful with expelling death, because a big part of the point of them is the high miss rate, low accuracy of them. You don't lose a turn if they don't hit.
That is kind of nice.
Yeah. It makes them more viable. Like, not super viable, but it makes them more viable. Even then, though, like, considering their abilities that have a very good chance of missing, even on the higher levels that have a higher accuracy, they still have a very good chance of missing. And an enemy being weak to them doesn't guarantee a hit. It becomes a case of, if somebody is weak to expel or death, so what? Because you still have to hit them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Let's head back to the, heal save points. And then we'll head up to the tower, I guess. Oh no, there's more doors. We'll circle round to it. So the suggestion here with this is that Mantra is chaos, and Nihilo is law.
Mm-hmm.
You doing okay there, ChanceEm?
I am.
Yeah, you kind of tired. You want us to call this and save the boss for next time?
Nah, we can go ahead and do the boss. I apologize.
It's cool. You don't have to apologise for anything. These co-op streams have to be a case of both of us have to be good for it.
Mm-hmm. Nah, I'm good for it. I just apologize because like my roommate kept texting me and I'm like, I'm in the middle of something.
Ah, okay. Stupid real life commitments.
If only I could always live in a video game.
I mean, I wouldn't pick this video game.
Oh, no. It does remind me when I was having to, almost on cue, there goes one of the pups. Oh, gosh. It does remind me. I'm pretty sure I brought this last week, but the whole thing of, like, I had to walk 3 miles to pick up some medicine, like, during the week. Actually, was it during this week or was it last week? I'm getting my days mixed up. Regardless, I had to walk 3 miles to pick up some medicine recently. And it made me think about how a lot of people are like, oh man, I wish I could live in a JRPG. And I'm like, yeah, okay, go walk 10 miles. And just watch somebody's expression. It's like, oh, you don't want to walk 10 miles? Well, I guess you probably don't want to live in a JRPG then.
Good for your cardio.
It's like, and suddenly it makes sense why, like, all of these JRPG characters are ripped.
Actually, a fair point. You think by the end of the game we'd have some really nice abs, and we never do. I suppose it's like more noticeable with Demi-Fiend, because the Demi-Fiend doesn't wear his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Varn is more ripped than the Demi-Fiend is.
Well, also, like, prior to the start of the game, the Demi-Fiend was just mainly, like, a high schooler who maybe did soccer or track, I'm guessing, based off of his clothes.
Yes, post. Like, I'm saying, like, by the end of the game, one of the most powerful creatures in existence. And you still look kind of flabby.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't be as noticeable if you were allowed to wear a shirt.
Sorry, but the only reason he's wearing shorts is because they probably felt it would be indecent otherwise.
So what you're saying is he has the strength boner. It's a shame Clem wasn't here for that. Clem loves the strength boner.
But on, like, that topic of, like...
But on the topic of the strength boner.
On the topic of the strength boner. On the topic of the physique of video game characters, it does remind me about how I read that apparently in the original versions of Hades, they wanted the main character to be completely nude because of, like, how Greek society was and whatnot. It's like, yeah, that probably wouldn't be able to be solved if that was the case.
Yeah.
Like, just throughout the entire game, you're just playing as a nude dude.
I feel like you could have, they could have probably done it, but it would have been an unfortunate case of the entire rest of the game being a footnote in comparison to, yeah, no, he plays a naked dude.
Yeah.
It's like, let's talk about Conan Exiles for a minute. What do you know about Conan Exiles that doesn't involve dicks?
Basically nothing, to be honest.
Exactly. Do you know Conan Exiles? Do you know of Conan Exiles?
I've heard of it, and that's about the extent I know of it.
Yeah. The main reason anybody knew anything about it was because you could customize your dick.
I feel like that's partially similar for Cyberpunk.
Yeah, Cyberpunk had other stuff that had a lot of hype behind it. When the dick customization came out, that was just another thing to add on top of it. You can hear a voice coming from inside. What the hell? Colonel.
Okay, I didn't know Solid Snake was here.
Yeah, that would be pretty fun, actually. Oh, I can't hear the voice anymore. Will I enter the Mantra headquarters?
You suddenly just see a cardboard box move out the door as you open it.
Oh, look who it is.
Hey! It's me.
How the fuck did you get here?
Magic.
It's like, okay, I get that you don't have a candelabrum, so you don't have the fiends coming after you. So you didn't have to get past Matador. But how the fuck did you get here from the hospital?
Well, there's also the thing of, like, you don't have the fiends coming after you. I was like, that one mannequin was able to see the Matador. Was able to see him. Because he gave the whole thing of, like, oh no, the Reaper's up ahead.
Which I feel like was the Matador waiting in, like, lying in wait for us. I feel like it's probably a recent thing, because that's the only mannequin that mentions it.
Mm-hmm. What do you want? I didn't do anything. You hear me? Oh, great. There's more? Hey! Is that you, Satoshi?
Up, bitch.
Wow, that complete... Well, I didn't have time to voice any of that. Get wrecked. Holy shit. Yeah, get wrecked.
Ooh.
Goodbye. That looks like a killer headache. And... rip.
Oh, that was rude.
Oh, I'm dead now.
So young. You are unfamiliar to me, demon. Any who enter the territory of the mantra will be tried. Lock him up! I would bitch. You like ChanceEm with your hand, but you won't try and take me.
It's just like, oh, this guy obviously isn't a demon. I'm just gonna go ahead and eat him here.
If anything, I would have thought it'd make more sense to, like, try and kill me and lock you up because you're a human, which is not a common thing in this world.
They don't care about humans.
Court, you say? Trial by power. What do you think you were going to say about Ms. Threat?
Yeah, I was like, I barely had enough time to read it. All I caught of that one line is something something Miss Threat, and then it was like smack.
It's Ms. Threat. She's got a crazy badonkadonk.
Hot for teacher, I see.
Always.
Probably thrown in here like the rest of us, huh? Just
Well,
like
you
that
know, it's
guy
a
over
good thing I've been leveling strength.
Are you telling me Pyrojack is the guard? Acting like we wouldn't be able to just punt him across the room?
I actually thought I was
like,
there
here's this
thinking, like,
tiny
have we
little...
taken out Pyrojacks before? And it's like, no, I fused one.
Yeah. But on top of that, he's just like a small thing. Like, literally, you could just, like, run up to him and just, like, punt him.
The filter is strong in this place. Yeah, you know, why not? Nah, 200 markers not much. I've paid more and gotten less out of it.
Yeah.
3 battles. Okay. First off, I'm just flirting. Piss off. You're interrupting a tender moment. Look at this guy, he's all horny for me and everything.
I didn't hear
because it doesn't have feet.
That's actually kind of funny.
It is pretty good, yeah. Demon that uses fire. Lady that uses force.
It's like, no, I don't know what's weak to fire.
Oh yeah, I know what fire's weak to. Punches.
By that logic, would you be able to go punch the sun?
I mean, we tried that. In a different game. Okay, so Thor doesn't have any weaknesses. That's actually good to know in advance.
Mm-hmm. So we got fire, force, and no weaknesses for the 3 things.
Unicorn has Mabufu. Yeah, we might be good with what we've got at the minute. We'll have to see. Although, check the status. This will probably be a good idea. Nullify fire.
Mm-hmm. But it also says weak to force, and your second opponent's going to be force.
Ah, that's a good point. And no force, weak to fire.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward, like, switch between them. And then Thor, even though he has no weaknesses, you can already bet he's going to be electricity.
Yeah. Which Minakata repels.
Would repel possibly be a bad thing? Like, will that actually end up healing Thor?
The question with that... is going to pretty much... If it does heal Thor, does it heal him for more than we can deal damage per turn? Because repel will also immediately end his turn.
Mm-hmm. That is very true.
And Unicorn is weak to electricity. I don't remember if we do these battles one after the other or if we get a break between them.
With it being SMT, I don't trust there to be a break.
Yeah, I'm gonna expect pain. If Unicorn goes down, we'll summon something else.
Mm-hmm.
What up? It's your boy, Chrono. It's not much of a prison, I can just go between those bars.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, couldn't you just, like, walk between them?
Charged with loitering in Ikebukuro and entering our headquarters. So, but that demon saw you in the Great Underpass, you may be a Nihilo spy. Charge you with being a little sneak. I charge you with sucking my dick, you fucking asshole.
I didn't know this game was suddenly rated AO.
No, you can say stuff like that with an M rating.
I know, but I mean, like, they were saying what they saw you doing.
They've not seen me doing that. Prime enough that you've shown us such flagrant disrespect. You want to see disrespect. Yeah, I'm past the back of my hand upside your head. Heads. Am I ready?
I think so.
Yeah, let's kill him.
Sorry. My headset fell for a second.
Wow, without the filter of the area, you don't look red anymore.
Yeah, I was actually going to comment on that. It's interesting how in battle they didn't apply the filter.
Honestly, I think that's probably a good thing. Oh yeah, I didn't notice Minakata is weak to fire.
Oops.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I'll just punch it till it's dead. What else do we got? And a hit. And let's do a Tarot card trick. Do you think I might have over-leveled?
Maybe.
But
also...
Yeah, that was a bunch of damage. Like, I get that's a tier 2 spell, but jeez.
But think of it like this, like... I feel this isn't a wall, whereas Matador was.
Yes. Yep, Minakata's dead.
Rip.
What else do I got? Hi Pixie. Everyone else is so much lower level. Raiju, but Raiju doesn't have any skills.
I was gonna say, here you go, in regards of you being like, well, maybe I over-leveled. It's like, now you can bring in someone that's, you know, a lower level.
Oh, shit. You know,
There
maybe
you
I
go.
should have brought that, fire-resistant Agatama.
Orthrus over here like, I heard you talking shit, so now we're gonna hit you with a dying skill.
I heard you hit me with a dying skill, so I'm gonna do you for 200 points of damage. Wow, 150 experience. Not much, is it?
Compared to what you were doing earlier, not really.
Just beating authors isn't going to overturn the decision. Wow, you are kind of hot. How do you keep your hair in that position?
I'm going to guess double-sided tape. But even then, like, having hair stuck to tape would probably really suck.
Wrap the hair up and stick the wrapping to double-sided tape?
Maybe they're extensions. And the extensions are, like, glued to, like, pasties.
Possibly.
Oh, they're actually going to let you access your menu in between fights.
Yeah, I noticed it with the first one. They gave us the choice. And I expected them to do it again. And they did. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to return Raiju to the stock, summon Minakata, and also switch to Magatama. This one was Force, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And we need to deal with electricity, which Minakata will do. We can't actually go anywhere, though. Let me out! Let me out!
I do find it hilarious when games have stuff like this, that it gives you the invisible wall to be like, hey, you can't get through, but you're looking at it and you're like, my character can very obviously fit through there.
You know, considering it's her death if she loses, it's really courteous of her to let me do some prep.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you notice how she's actually purple skin now and not red skin?
Yeah.
It's like, maybe that filter is a bit much. Have you ever actually deciphered the words that are being, I guess, said here?
Actually not, because I've mentioned it before. I can't really hear the music unless I turn on stream.
It's the boss theme.
Alright, give me 1 second. Because just refreshing my mind with what the boss theme sounds like.
Longer.
No, I have actually never thought about what those words potentially would be.
This is where Another God Rejected comes from.
Ooh.
It's literally one of the lyrics.
Now that's really interesting.
Void. Wonderful, isn't it?
It always, like... Which that brings me back to, I think it was Xenogears. The whole thing of, like, video game music that have lyrics that aren't very distinguishable until you manage to do some decoding with it. And I think it was Xenogears that actually had, like, a clip from a very high-profile court case, like, murder court case.
Oh, that's another bit of weirdness to attach onto Xenogears.
Mm-hmm.
Haha, bitch.
But yeah, it was like an
in the room.
Oh my god, I haven't thought of that movie in so long.
Oh, she doesn't have nipples.
Well, of course not. It's like Japanese media. They always have to censor that.
No, I'm more surprised that there's a point where her hair comes away from her chest.
That is a very good point, though.
It's like, compare it with Navan in Devil May Cry 3, where no matter what she's doing, her hair always covers her breasts. Which is particularly weird because she does a lot of movement.
Huh.
Here we go, the real boss. Oh yeah, now you want to fight me. I am Thor. Do you have any cream I can use?
Did you say you're sore?
Yeah. I am Thor. Do you have any cream I can use? I commend your ability to fight. But will your power work against me? My hammer shall be the judge. I will give you time to prepare. Cool. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna pull out my trusty clock. I say in the one mainline SMT game that doesn't let you actually have a gun.
That's because your like muscles are your guns.
There is nothing. There are no Magitamas we can have yet that resist electricity.
Oof.
Probably.
This could be a little bit painful, unless you're into that.
No. The muscle spasms are kind of a problem. So we'll go with this to boost our strength up.
Gotta do what you can to get that strength boner.
Always. Hit Thor in the face with a strength boner. Let me see. Minakata I don't think is weak to electricity. But Unicorn is.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be a problem. It's gonna give
Repel.
him an extra turn.
Minakata repels electricity. Izumi is also weak to electricity.
That's half our team.
Raiju drains it.
Which would be very helpful. Except, you know, basically all of its moves are just electricity.
Yeah, nothing else it has is worth it. Like Toma is electricity. Feral Bite isn't going to be worth it with that strength stat.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, like, go into it with what we've got. Let me throw a chakra drop on Minakata. But hey, remember how prepared we were last time? Not anymore. Time to win like arse first.
You gotta do this. You gotta do this for me, Chrono. He stole something from me and made me go dead.
Yes, he took your hat.
Yeah, I can't live without my hat.
I mean, you said that's why you wanted to be Isamu anyway.
I was like, he has a cool style. I like him. And now I'm just thinking about the English voice actor that's going to be voicing him in Nocturne HD, who's all like, yeah, he's basically a fusion of like the style of Britney Spears 2000s and Chris Angel.
That's not really a fair thing to say.
I know.
Okay, so if he sticks with Mazio, with Minakata repelling it, that's good, because it wipes out the problems of the weakness. And they're not taking a huge amount of extra damage from weakness.
No, that's good.
And I'm also going to keep using Rakukaja to put the defense.
That's also good.
Aha, you missed, bitch! Also, I'm using Fog Breath. Okay. He's at his lowest point of evasion and accuracy. What's that? I'm not prepared for this fight? Okay, let me cheat then. You thought this was going to be a street fight?
I was gonna say, is it really cheating though if you actually like put in the effort to learn stuff?
You know, honestly, just the thought, like, the preparation we made for Matador being really useful for other stuff. It's especially because of all the trouble I went to with Unicorn to give Unicorn those, like, all the buffs. And this should be 4. There we go. Do a hit. This should be 4. Rakunda is done. Oh, I don't have enough War Cry. Oh well. You think Thor might be regretting this now?
Maybe.
No, don't hold back now.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know what the wonderful thing is? With the combination of Tarukaja and Rakundas, we can deal with that in one turn.
That's pretty nice. I still hate enemies that can heal themselves, even though I know it's a double standard. It's like we have 4 guys against 1, and they're able to heal themselves, and I'm just like, yo, that's cheating.
Honestly, at this point, as far as SMT goes, it doesn't really bother me with SMT. There's always so much in play with the battle systems that enemies healing themselves is just another statistic to take in mind.
I just feel that way about any game. I'm just like, hey, that's cheating. That's rude.
You didn't want me to hold back. Oh, bullshit. Why are you still alive? You have done well. It seems that you have something other demons do not. Fists. This is for keeping me interested. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number. Call me maybe. Go and see Gozu Tenno. Our leader, Gozu Tenno, aims to build a utopia where only the strong survive. Gozu Tenno is at the top of this building. Your power may change the world. Remember that.
Did you get my hat back from him?
Judge, Chrono is innocent. I give my word. Oh, what's going on here?
Let me check.
That's weird. Performance window says something is happening.
Strange. I'm not seeing
I don't know what it
anything
is.
Twitch or stream, I mean.
Yeah, like I got a notification saying, oh, you dropped 26% of frames over the last 2 minutes. I've dropped 143 frames in total.
Okay, I take it back. Stream was, like, lagging for a second, but it didn't look like you were dropping that many frames.
No.
It's fine at the moment, though.
And it says I've dropped 78% of frames over the last 2 minutes. But again, I've dropped 143 frames total.
What? Yeah, stream looks fine on my end.
Yeah, I don't get what it's doing. Anyway. Huh? Innocent? Okay. I've reached a verdict. By the order of Thor. How, out of respect for your power, Chrono, I hereby declare you innocent.
Yay! Confetti falls from the ceiling.
Yay. Not guilty. If this was a Let's Play, I'd edit that in post. Like, just the big Phoenix, right? And, like, the clapping from it. That'd be good.
Yay!
This court is adjourned. The defendant may now be released.
It's like, or rather the way it goes on, like, the DS or whatever, it's like... Because it's supposed to be, like, the hush noise or whatever.
Looked out, fuck you. I beat the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, I like how this dude, again, is like, itty bitty thing. It's like, I can't believe Thor let you go. It's like, I could punch you. You do not have a corporal being aside from a hat and a pumpkin. I could punch you and smash you into that wall.
Well, knowing how these things tend to work, it pisses him off that I'm allowed into the headquarters, so, you know, maybe we'll be dealing with him soon. There it is, nullify electricity. But more importantly, like, you know, that's a good strength boost.
Mm-hmm.
Same as this. But a weakness to ice is, I think, preferable to a weakness to ailments.
Yeah, because, like, especially if we are gonna possibly go up against that dude soon, it's like, he's a fire... Wow, good job, Self. He's a Pyro type. Brain combining fire and pyro. He's a fire type.
Now, we know exactly what we're doing when we're dealing with Jack Frost. Not Jack Frost, Pyrojack. Pyrojack is not one of the more intimidating demons.
Pyrojack is a
is arguably less intimidating than Jack Frost. I mean, with Jack Frost, there's always the potential for an evolution into Black Frost and King Frost. King Frost always feels like it should be less trouble to deal with than it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's do the save. And let's go and try and enter the tower again. Also, maybe see if ChanceEm's dead.
It's like, I won't be dead as long as you got my sweet hat back. The hat is the source of all my strength.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I should get rid of some of these demons as well, because like, I might want to grab a bicorn. Also, the compendium. Like, oh, we shouldn't forget to register the compendium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and fuse. Necromata can go with who? What is this Sora? Oh yeah, I've not been using this Sora. And we can get Fornius out of that.
And be like, we fuse you to create your uncle.
Hmm. What's Kaiji? Oh, the Unilan.
I was gonna say, it's a Mareep.
That really looks unbalanced.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the Archangel for anybody who was wondering earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Angel, sexy bondage girl, and then all the other angels are dudes in armor. Weird comparison. We could get rid of Nezuchi.
I did make a comment about it last time about how I find it interesting that the succubus is very modestly dressed and the angel is very, like, provocatively dressed.
Yeah. I think that probably ties into just the... Yeah, let's get Fornius. Not with marrying Karen.
Oh, you mean you don't want him to be, like, making things fall in love with him?
I do not like Charm as an ability. That'll do. Yeah, I think Succubus modesty versus the Angel's immodesty ties into the general idea that Shin Megami Tensei wants you to learn as quickly as possible that light is not good and dark is not evil.
Mm-hmm.
And also, let's get Incubus.
Buy him. Go. Counter. I feel like in like writing and stuff, especially for JRPGs, that is a huge thing that is done a lot of, like, oh, light is good and dark is bad. And it's like, I really like it when I come across stories that subvert that.
It's surprising both how many JRPGs you can find that do that, and then also in comparison how many you find that don't. Or like how few you find that do that.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like the ones that do that tend to be quite niche or lesser known, unless you started digging into JRPG knowledge, at which point it turns out no, they're actually very well known in this particular niche.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think we all know the very obvious one that does the whole, like, light is good and dark is bad.
The Chronicles of Narnia.
That's not what I was going for. I was thinking in terms of JRPGs.
No, the flames of the candelabrum of sovereignty are flickering wildly.
Wonder what's going on.
I do like that they give you that warning before a fiend fight. So before we do this, do you want to say what JRPG you were talking about?
Kingdom Hearts.
It feels like
'Cause I
Kingdom
feel like
Hearts doesn't actually have any idea of what it wants with that. Like, yeah, no, in the first game, dark is bad, light is good. And then Reaching and Memory is like, no, you can harness the dark if you know what to do.
Only Riku, though.
Because only Riku wasn't afraid of the dark because he already gave into it. Like, it's one of the problems Kingdom Hearts has as a series of retconning ideas that were previously established. Like, nobodies don't have hearts.
Which is something that makes me laugh, because apparently they recently had to come out, and I say recently because it's something I saw in the last week, telling people that Neo The World Ends With You is indeed not connected to Kingdom Hearts 3, simply because both of them are drawn by Tetsuya Nomura, as well as having a galaxy sky on them.
Really? I would have thought the connection people would have taken would be Kingdom Hearts 3D, which I imagine was probably played by more people than The World Ends With You.
It probably was, but no, people saw the galaxy background behind the buildings in the cover of Neo The World Ends With You, and we're like, oh, it looks like a continuation of the sky in the cover for Kingdom Hearts 3. And people were like, I bet this connects with Kingdom Hearts 3. And they literally had to come out and say, no, this does not connect with Kingdom Hearts 3.
What do you reckon the chance there actually does connect to Kingdom Hearts 3?
Honestly, there are so many things as far as like the sequel, the Neo World Ends With You, which is a mouthful to say in and of itself.
Neo Twiwi.
In Twiwi.
New Twiwi.
Natwiwi.
Yeah,
Natwiwi. There's already things with it that I'm both hyped for and also very concerned for. And I'm trying to keep myself from high expectations. Because I went into the original not knowing anything.
I went into the original mostly just because other people I knew were hyped for it.
I only knew it because there was a contest going on DeviantArt at the time, because I used to draw a lot. And I went out and bought it on release day because there was a GameStop like a mile from where I lived. And, like, I went into it just basically knowing the art style. That's all I knew about it.
I was on GameSpot forums back at that time, and there were a bunch of people interested in it. I didn't know what it was, and it came out and I grabbed it. Yeah, it was pretty good. Maybe one day we'll have to do like a co-op stream of Final Remix.
That would be kind of fun. I own Final Remix on Switch.
I also own it.
I'd be down for doing that.
You know what'd be kind of neat? If we could both stream it in the same screen.
That would be pretty cool. Since it doesn't have the split screen that the DS does, that would be cool to manage that, but that would also be really difficult to manage that.
Yeah, maybe it'll work past. Alright, let's do this.
Alright.
Cooler entrance than Rido gets. There you are, Fiend. Is this the voice I'm gonna go with? Let's see what you've got.
Kaboom.
Ah, to meet you, kid. Hope you feel the same. Yeah, Dante.
Hooray, Dante.
We're finally featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. So first up, we're going to treat this just as seriously as we treated Thor. I like the battle theme here. It feels like kind of a throwback to Ultraviolet in Devil May Cry 1, which was Neil Angelo's battle theme. I find it kind of disappointing that Wido's battle theme is just the same. I'll give you 10 minutes to decide.
I'm listening.
Which would you rather end up
I'm
in?
listening.
Coffin or a dumpster?
Sorry, I wasn't meaning to, like, talk over you for a moment. I just wanted to say I'm listening to it on stream now, and this is actually a bit of a bop.
It's pretty good, I like it. Also, these moves, literal combo from Devil May Cry 2.
Oh, nice.
Plus the voice is Dante's voice from Devil May Cry 2.
Ah. I've heard Devil May Cry 2 is not very good.
It's really not, honestly. But it was the latest one out at the time, and did actually establish a bunch of ideas Devil May Cry would continue to use. Like Dante's Sword Rebellion came from Devil May Cry 2.
Oh. Because, yeah, normally when I see people recommend Devil May Cry, I normally see them say, yeah, go ahead and just skip 2. And that always rubs me the wrong way whenever you recommend something to people and be like, oh yeah, just skip this one in the entry, don't worry about it. Because normally the way I feel when I recommend something to people is, look, this is considered the lowest or the worst amongst fans, but I'm not going to tell you to skip it because I don't want you to base your opinions off of my own opinions. I want you to be able to take it and see how you feel about it.
It is a fair point, always worth considering. Let's see. Fund it again. Devil May Cry 2 is the week. I've streamed bits of it before, pointing out its flaws, but also its positives. It's always something I try to do. And at some point, I probably do want to do a full stream of it. It's a game that a lot of people will ignore for various reasons. It's not really like they're unjustified in it.
I used to have Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3 on the PS2, but I sold them off a while back. And I'm trying to decide which ones I should rebuy, actually. Like, should I rebuy one of the HD packs, or should I try and track down the PS2 versions?
Convenience-wise, the HD collection on PS4 is probably the best way to do it, or you could wait until you get a PC and do that. And then you can mod the style change into Devil May Cry 3.
I'm more of a console gamer, so I'd probably just go the PS4 route.
You can always plug a controller in. Should have controller support. PS4's fine though. When I streamed Devil May Cry 3 last year, I did it on the PS2, even though I have it on PS3 and PS4. Because while it has cleaner resolution, there's a bunch of fuck-ups in HD conversion, which leaves it overall looking less. The resolution is better, so it's a cleaner game, but everything doesn't look great. There's a video I can link you to that will give you a good idea of it, and it'll have a bunch of spoilers.
I mean, for a game like Devil May Cry, or a series like Devil May Cry, I feel like I already know what spoilers probably exist. It's one of those series that, like, even if you aren't trying to find spoilers, people are just going to be talking about it, and you're going to eventually, like, just learn of it through osmosis if you are in, like, certain gaming circles.
Yeah.
Like, there's some stuff that I'm like, you mention a spoiler of this, and I'm gonna kill you. And other things I'm like, you mention a spoiler, and I really don't care.
Yeah.
Even if it's something I'm interested in playing, it's like, whatever. Like, it's a thing of, Meg has been going through the Japanese, Tales games, and she's actually been telling me some spoilers for some of the ones she's gone through. Like, she recently just beat Innocence. And I'm like, okay, I'm eventually going to play the DS version of it, because she played the Vita version. I'm like, I don't mind you mentioning spoilers to me about this, because all in all, the way she's telling it to me is they're not going to be very connected. And it's not going to make any sense to me until I play the game, and by the time I play it, I probably will forget half of it.
This is getting good. You're having fun, aren't you? Okay, I've lost the voice now and it's going south again.
You just turning him into Dr. Phil? We're gonna have 2 Dr. Phils here?
No. I need to do something better.
Turn him into a cowboy.
This is getting yeehaw. Cowboy Jack Frost, yee-ho. You're not laughing, so I'm going to assume the joke has gone over your head. Oh, stream's disconnected. It finally happened. And the internet's disconnected, that explains everything. Tries again. Okay, it looks like we're back, and let's see what the issue is with Discord. Come back in. Is that better?
It dropped the video on Discord, but stream is up on Twitch.
Stream is down on Twitch now. Internet is down on Twitch now. The internet is down now. Oh, this is wonderful.
Twitch liked Cowboy Dante.
Oh, there we go, ChanceEm back.
Maybe it's just your internet didn't like Cowboy Dante.
Yeah, my internet just like dropped. You hear me? Okay, it's connecting again. Okay, are we back? Okay, I can hear ChanceEm.
I can hear you now again.
Yeah, it's the internet. The internet's died. Okay, it looks like the stream is back though.
Alright, stream is back on Twitch, and I see it over here on Discord now too.
Good. Did I miss something in the chat? Oh, there we go. It's Maya talking.
Yeah.
Because you're responding to something I can't see. Yeah.
May made a comment of, is this going... Actually, let me pull it up on my side. Is stream lagging for anyone else, or is it just my internet? And I said, nah, Karina's internet's being weird.
Yeah, yeah. I need to, like, actually work on a good Dante voice. I can't do Ruben Langdon. I say that as if I can do anybody else.
You can do Dr. Phil.
This party's getting crazy. Let's rock.
Chiaki already has Dr. Phil, though.
Come out and show yourself, Mundus. Really should do Devil May Cry 1 at some point. Dante. This party's getting crazy. This is getting good.
That was good.
You're having fun, aren't you? Me too. That is literally Dante's taunt from DMC2. That is a Dante move from DMC2. Honestly, the commitment to getting Dante in this is actually really impressive.
Yeah, like a lot of people do make fun of the whole like Dante from Devil May Cry thing. I mean, we were doing it, but it is pretty interesting to be like, oh yeah, Atlas and Capcom came together and they got Dante into a mainline SMT game.
And had him fit.
Yeah, and he didn't seem out of place, and he's actually relevant to the story. It's like, that is really impressive.
And like I say, it's not even just that, like, the commitment to getting Dante right is impressive. Like I say, all of that he just did, that's all stuff he does in Devil May Cry 2. Yeah, I think that fight went pretty well, aside from the disconnect.
Yeah, I think so too.
Not bad. Okay, you can't call him Mysterious Man when you were just calling him Dante in the battle.
Yeah.
You look like a demon, but you sure don't seem like one. My name is Dante. I'm a demon slayer. This old guy asked me to hunt down guys like you, but... That's literally the sword sound from Devil May Cry 1. Forget it. Let's just stop this battle here. I need to find out what the guy really has in mind. Depending on how things turn out, maybe we'll meet again. Until then, try and keep yourself alive. Who knows? Maybe I'll have another chance to kill you. I feel like the tone of the voice is right. The cadence of the voice is right, the tone isn't. But interestingly enough, in terms of Dante's character, this is an idea with Dante that wouldn't actually be visited in the main series until DMC4.
See, truth be told, the only Devil May Cry I've played is the first one. And I've watched my roommate play a little bit of 5. And that's like my main knowledge of the series.
Ninja and I are intending to get together when he's free to do, to have him join me on stream for Devil May Cry 3 on Switch at some point. Because it has the freestyle system that I want to do, and I invite Ninja to come see it.
Do you know if the PS4 version has the freestyle?
It does not. It's exclusive to the Switch version, which isn't sold as a pack with the others. It's sold separately for a higher price.
That is really weird.
All 3 of them are sold separately on Switch for a higher price. Which brings up the question of, like, yeah, okay, I'll defend a lot of what Devil May Cry 2 does, but who's going to buy Devil May Cry 2 on their own for $20?
Like, it's not the early 2000s anymore, I doubt that.
I feel like it's been so long since we've heard this battle theme.
We've been stuck in, like, boss battles.
It's not even boss battles, like, it wasn't playing in the underpass. It doesn't play in towns. I love this battle theme. It absolutely slaps, as the kids say.
It is a good battle theme. Like, whenever you mention the music, I have to pop over to stream and, like, double check which song is playing.
Oh, I didn't change the music for the opening and closing in this stream. In this section.
Whoops. Bum bum.
It's especially awkward because I've separated all of the different console bits I stream from now in the streaming software. Previously, it was a case of, okay, so I changed the music for the starting and ending Be Right Back sections, and then I have to change it back before the next stream. But with this, I can do this, and it'll only affect the PS2 streams.
Nice.
And this is the only PS2 game I'm streaming at the minute. Although, with how long this game is, it's very possible that I'll do another PS2 game before it's done. Yeah, I think, like, comparing the mainline SMT stuff that Shoji Meguro has done with the Persona stuff he's done is a really good demonstration of how diverse his work can be. I think this is one of the big shames when it comes to, not that way, Persona on PSP. Shoji Meguro redid the soundtrack as like a Persona 4, Persona 3, 4, 5 style soundtrack, and it doesn't fit as well.
That is one thing that's a problem, is like there are games in the they don't have the same similar feel to earlier titles. So if you try to put those soundtracks over the earlier games, it's like this is just very out of place.
No, I guess I'll go check out that human that's in the basement.
Oh, are we gonna go give me my hat back?
I don't have your hat.
Oh.
I mean, where do you think I'm hiding it?
I don't know, up your ass.
Have you seen how flat this butt is? You'd be able to tell if there was anything there.
I don't know, I've heard that there's like anime hammer space.
Hello, good sir. Okay. Alright, so here is Demon Jail. There's a mannequin. Thrown in this jail or sent to prison. Oh, they drain the Magotsuri out of you in prison.
That kind of sucks.
It's got to be what they're doing with you, because there's nothing else you could be good for.
I don't know, maybe they like my good fashion. I can give them some tips. How to actually look good in the apocalypse.
Yeah, where are they getting these good-looking clothes from in the apocalypse? Are you making them?
Look, I'm just trying to come up with a plan as I go. It's not exactly, doesn't exactly have to be a good plan.
I think you're underestimating the intelligence of most of the demons. Like, yeah, some of them are going to be really dumb, but not all of them. Growing gold is something that nobody wants to do. You're not even attracted to me in the slightest, are you? Honestly, appearance-wise, the most off-putting thing about you is the 4 skulls that you have. The rest of it, like, I don't see why it wouldn't be. What do you think, ChanceEm?
I'm just kind of like, shrug. I'm too ace for this kind of stuff sometimes.
Let's see which of us would be able to recruit this character. It's you.
Ha! Ha!
Eh.
And this is why you shouldn't, like, just be like, oh yeah, you're hot.
Oh, hey, speaking
just
of
be
hot.
Speaking of hot, are we okay?
Yeah, it's a succubus right there. We just spoke to a succubus. There's something gone wrong? Is everything still working? ChanceEm.
Hello?
Did you not get what the hot thing was about?
Hello?
Hello, ChanceEm.
If you can hear me, Chrono, I cannot hear you.
Alright, let's restart the call then. Hello?
I can hear you now.
There we go. I could hear you. And you would have been coming up on the stream as well.
That's really weird, because on my side, like, Discord froze, but stream was still going on, and so I was like, what is happening?
So that was a you problem then that time.
Yep, this time it was a me problem.
So it's just like everywhere's getting hit in this stream.
That's so weird.
But yeah, speaking of hot, succubus right here. That's what hot was about.
Ah.
Yeah. Shoot with what? Super freak. Super freak is super freaky.
Discord is breaking up on me.
It's weird because like I'm not having problems with it on my side.
Like you're coming in very, very, very jumbled on my end, Chrono, and the video is frozen.
That's weird because like I can hear you fine.
Weird. Like now I can hear you, and now it's catching up.
Yeah.
It was like for that 30 seconds or so, it's very jumbled.
I wanted to head to the next save point and call it anyway. This probably is very much a good reason to.
Yeah. We've been gone for almost 4 hours on top of it.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. We've got a lot of stuff done today. I say that, we really haven't.
I mean, we got rid of Matador, we fought Dante, we fought Thor, we let me get killed.
Yeah, there's like 3 bosses. I mean, the game is actually moving along. But I mean,
like,
now.
for a mainline Megaton, it's like we've made decent progress.
Yeah, we gotta bear in mind like we're taking it a lot slower because we're doing the stream. I'm gonna assume from that sigh we just caught from ChanceEm that Discord is breaking again.
It broke for like 10 seconds.
And
then like, all of your audio came in like almost all at once.
Ah, yes. My super speed talking. I do that every now and then. When I am reading files in games, I'll read them really quickly for no real reason. Mostly just to see if I can do it without like falling over the words.
But yeah, I'm guessing this is probably an issue on that side with Discord.
Oof. Aha. I should probably get rid of these demons, because they've reached, like, I think almost all of them have reached their max. She can't learn anything else. 3 more for Unicorn. And Mina Carter can't learn anything else at this point. We could keep them for a little bit longer, maybe, but... we've reached the limit with how far they can go.
It means that we'll be needing to find some new ones here soon.
The big problem is, it puts me in mind of my original playthrough of Persona 4, where I had a Shisa with me for far longer than it was really necessary. Because, oh, there you are. Oh, bye.
Oh, hey. Excuse you.
Hello, penis demon. I couldn't... I never ended up managing to fuse anything that had a decent set of electricity skills to replace it with. So I kept Shisa for so damn long. And that's what it feels like with these guys. Like, the combination we've got with them is seriously good. Like, we blew through both Thor and Dante without any real issue. Because of the set of skills they've got. I think we also demonstrated pretty effectively the use of buffs and debuffs. Are you still with us for this, ChanceEm, or has Discord busted again?
It busted for a moment, but I'm here now.
Awesome.
Satoshi! So you're here.
Yeah, I see you got your hat back.
No thanks to you.
Hey, if
Damn
you already
it,
had it
Steven.
down here, like, what was I gonna do?
How long do they plan to keep me locked up? I heard the news. You won the trial by combat, huh?
Yeah, it was actually weirdly easy.
I've managed to stay alive, too. Well, sorta. I don't think they'll kill me just yet.
I have actually died
6 times.
6 times. I know it's 6, I just wanted to pull up the thing on the bot.
And Discord froze on my side again. Give it a second here. I can't hear if you're saying anything, Chrono, but I can go ahead and read the next line because I see it on stream if you want.
Yeah, you can go ahead if you want.
Oh. There we go. Now you caught up. Okay. I'm gonna find a way out, but I need some more time. My back's still sore, so... Yeah, that kind of happens if you get, like, punched into a pillar.
You got hit with the hammer, so like, I'm very surprised your ribs didn't just collapse.
Yeah, that too. Oh yeah, Miss Threat. I heard about her. You know Nihilo has that maiden, right? That's Miss Threat.
I mean, I figured that out immediately.
Yeah, you know, she kind of called herself a maiden, and then we hear about a maiden. Kind of easy.
Did she call herself a maiden? I know Hikawa said she was a troublesome maiden. But did she call herself a maiden? Guessing Discord's busted for ChanceEm again.
Alright, now I'm really having internet issues, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
There's no time to lose. The Mantra are about to launch a full-scale attack on Nihilo. If she's caught, she'll be killed.
Interesting thought, like, what would the death of the maiden matter now?
Satoshi, you gotta save her. I kinda got a teacher kink, so please don't let her die.
Well, you know, you're locked up in here, like... I guess I'll just have to take your place.
You can do it with your powers, right?
Probably. My powers of punching things really hard.
I can't do anything. Please, Satoshi. That's like also the powers of glow in the dark.
You guys mind? I was actually trying to talk with somebody and then they just pop up and interrupt me.
They're like, oh, you're having a nice conversation. We can't allow you to have conversations with prisoners.
Uh-oh. Get him. Alright, anyway. Do another Medea. Got anything else to say?
I'm counting on you, Satoshi. Save Miss Threat. I'm powerless. But I know you can do it.
Like, you don't want me to bust you out of here, bring you with me, keep you safe?
Nope. I'm just a dumb human. You know, I can't do anything, but you with your powers, you can definitely go do stuff. Your powers can't help me here in jail, though.
It's an interesting comparison between Isamu and Chiaki. As soon as we find Isamu, like, he is heavily humbled. And that will reflect him for, like, the rest of the game and his character. Meanwhile, we find Chiaki and he's like, yeah, no, I managed to make it out. It's weird. Well, bye.
Yeah, Chiaki's just like, well, screw you.
I'm not strong enough to open it.
Oh, that's concerning.
It's a weird prompt, isn't it?
It is.
Alright, maybe there's a save point in a different direction. Let's see. Heatwave. Mazio. Not Mazan, because I know Bicorns actually deal with it pretty well. Bicorn was actually something I was considering trying to take into the fight with Matador. But it never actually came up on the fusion list. What up, Bicorn? Yeah, it's not going to be friends. If it wants to be a wild animal, I guess we'll put it down like a wild animal. Oh hey, some stairs. You know, I think there is definitely something to be said for mainline SMT just letting you go about the world with, like, way less emphasis on story and stuff. Because it creates a sense that's unlike a lot of other modern RPGs, where story is usually a big focus. There we go. Hi Pixie. Okay, anything over here? Okay, the save doors have to have the markings on them, right?
You jumbled up on me for a moment.
Yeah, I thought something was probably going on with you again.
Yeah. At least I can still partially hear you.
Oh. So. Some. Fine now. But yeah, the save doors probably have, like, they probably still have the markings on them, even though these doors are different.
Mm-hmm. I'd feel like that they would keep that going still, just to make sure it's like an easy thing for the players to know where to go to actually save.
Yeah, I think that's the consistent thing throughout generally most of the series. Marked save rooms, teleport rooms, healing rooms, and cathedral shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Which is something I always appreciate. I feel like more games could do with doing that. Number of times I'm playing a Metroidvania and it's like, okay, I really need a save room somewhere around here. Oh, another exit.
Ooh.
Well, this one looks like it's guarded.
This one does look like it's guarded. It is guarded.
We're guards known for our unity. You're not getting past this great gate. Mantra's most important facility is beyond this gate. Yeah, we can't let you get to Kabukicho.
Interesting.
Fine, I don't want to go Kabukicho anyway. For a save point at Kabukicho.
It is always amusing when you're specifically trying to look for a save point. Like when you're like, okay, now I need a save point. It's always when you have the hardest time finding a save point.
We could very easily find a save point if I just leave and go to that last save point.
Yeah, but then you have to kind of like backtrack some.
It's really not that far.
Yeah, but then you'd have to go and backtrack some.
Honestly, I should probably go back and use the Cathedral of Shadows anyway. Like, it's only here, and then we're outside and we just go down the stairs and to the right. My main concern is ending on this. Oh hey, there's a save point right here.
Oh hey, that's convenient.
Nothing.
And then you run right past it.
Alright, so what we'll do is we'll head back, we'll save, we'll heal, we'll use the Cathedral of Shadows, then we'll come here and we'll save here and end the session.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I mostly just wanted to start back in next time in the mantra building. Alright, so the women Taraka, I'm gonna get confused with Tarkata at some point, are weak to ice. And do as the younger. Nice, one turn victory. Oh no, more enemies. I've got to be very careful with how, I guess trigger happy would be a good word, I get with physical skills. Since they cost health, it is way too easy to use them too much. Honestly, everything we've got now, I don't think there's necessarily a good reason to keep any of it. Do some considerations. Still having trouble, ChanceEm?
All right. Yeah, there we go. Now we're back. I see you're at the fount.
That's what they call it.
Yes.
Why did they call it that?
And it's like, this is a fount. You mean fountain? No, a fount. A fountain. No, a fount.
I'm gonna call it piss water. It's to be awkward, we'll call it piss water now.
As I'm kind of concerned if you call it piss water, because like, if your piss is like green, I think you need to go to the doctor.
It's demon piss.
Are there demon doctors?
There was that Dr. Dark we run into in the early stages of the game. When the old man and the lady in black are still testing us.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking, is it worth saving here and then doing the fusions off screen?
It might be just because my internet keeps acting up.
It's not even necessarily about that. Like, we could wait until next week to do the fusions. But there's also the concern of, like, how long it took me to get Unicorn with the stuff that I wanted. Which was, like, a good 20-30 minutes of me in and out, in and out.
Yeah. It is the thing that really sucks. And, like, if you want to make a point of it, you can always do the thing of, like, you make a save, and then you make another save showing how long it took you to get the different fusions that you wanted.
Yeah, I'm probably going to want to mess around with it.
Yeah, because, like, as you're bringing up, I didn't even get to see which one that was. But I was gonna...
Minakatsu and probably Izume, so Kikuri Hime.
Yeah. Kikuri Hime. Because, like, when you had her up there a moment, I was like, okay, that was good. But then I realized, I was like, why do you need Dia if you have Diorama?
Yeah.
So that'll definitely take a little bit of, like, going around with just in that alone.
There's also the point, I should really probably get rid of Hypixie now. That's not bad. Get a Zeo and a Zeonga out of that. Yeah, I guess we'll leave at this save point then, and I'll see about doing some fusions off screen.
Alright.
So that is going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for joining us. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Teak, Maya, Clem, Lavino. I feel like there was one more person.
I thought so too.
No, apparently not. Teak, Clem, Maya, Lavino, and then there's just you chatting. Yeah, thanks so much for keeping us company, guys. Chat is always the best part of the stream. And of course, a super big special thank you to ChanceEm for joining me for this session.
Thank you so much for having me.
If you want to check out ChanceEm, here is the link to ChanceEm's stream. ChanceEm, what are you doing at the minute?
At the moment, I am playing Skies of Arcadia on Mondays and Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I am trying to fit in Animal Crossing New Horizons when I'm able to play that on stream. And other than that, I will be getting Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Berseria back into the mix soon enough, because I'm actually pretty close to the end of both of those too. But aside from that, I also do Kingdom Hearts 2 at the moment with Megumi the Great on Thursdays and Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time over on her channel. Similar to how we're doing Nocturne here with me on mic with you, I do that, but with Kingdom Hearts with Meg. And I'm actually playing Kingdom Hearts on my side off stream. So I get to deal with the frustration of playing it too on that side of things. But that's what I'm up to at the moment.
A co-op stream of Nocturne in that similar regard would be pretty interesting because of the RNG of demon encounters and fusions along with negotiations. I know you're trying to stay very close to Megumi in terms of stats and exploration in Kingdom Hearts. Well, that would be basically an impossibility in Nocturne. That'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, for Rechain of Memories, due to the RNG being just off the wall and that compared to the other Kingdom Hearts games, we decided to drop the whole thing of like being close to each other, aside from the fact of trying to keep our levels the same and what we chose on leveling up each time, because you get 3 different options for Rechain of Memories for leveling up. It's like you can boost your deck, you can boost if you learn a slight, and you can boost one other thing that I'm forgetting about at the moment. But aside from that, we were just like, do whatever you want for Rechain, because RNG, there's no way to stay the same. But yeah, we're trying to keep as close to each other as possible. And so far on my side, it's been a pain keeping up with Meg's choices. But it is fun, and it would be interesting to try and do that with an SMT title.
You know, maybe we'll have to consider it for Strange Journey.
Maybe. Because, like, I'm actually giving thought to possibly taking up that eShop offer for those digital SMT games that I missed out on, because I feel more comfortable buying digital for a handheld system, since it doesn't always have to be connected to the internet, versus a home console that is nowadays expected to be constantly connected to the internet.
Yeah. If you're gonna do Strange Journey Redux, then doing original Strange Journey would be pretty hard to do after that.
I'm worried, though, that, like, no matter which Strange Journey I do, original or Redux, that whenever I finish that, I'll be like, yeah, I don't want to go back to that for a while, because that'll be a big pain to, like, play through immediately again. Because normally with an SMT game, I need to take a short break after playing it before I can go right back into it.
It doesn't help that they are long games. Yeah, I definitely recommend grabbing the SMT games you want at the minute while they're on sale. Because the sales on the 3DS eShop do not happen often enough.
They don't.
Like, definitely grab Soul Hackers if you don't already have it, SMT4 if you don't already have it.
I already have Soul Hackers physical edition.
That's
at least
pretty good.
I have that still. Yeah. And my copy is actually still
needs
sealed.
to finish SMT4. Maya needs to finish SMT4. Maya needs to finish SMT4.
I need to finish SMT4.
ChanceEm needs to finish SMT4. If I could stream that, I would. SMT4 is so good.
I remember having a lot of fun with SMT4. It's just, that was around the time that life started getting a little bit much for me.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Starts brutal. Like, we went into this at the start of Nocturne. It's like, SMT4 is the recommended one for newcomers, but it has the earliest barrier of, like, any game in the series. And it's basically as soon as you set foot in the first dungeon. I think it took me less than an hour to die in SMT4. first time. What else is there? Devil Survivor Overclock, definitely worth grabbing. I wasn't a fan of Devil Survivor 2, so I've not really had much of an interest in picking up Record Breaker.
I feel that would be a one that I would pick up because it'd be good to at least complete the collection.
Yeah. For Apocalypse, I've still not properly gotten into it. It just hasn't grabbed me like 4 did.
Again, another to complete the collection. I will admit, I like the design of the character. I think is the main character in that one, but in regards of what I know of SMT4, he doesn't feel like he fits.
Flynn, the samurai?
No, not Flynn. For SMT4 Apocalypse.
Oh, Nanashi. If you finish, like, you don't even have to finish. You just play more SMT4, you'll understand like why he can fit.
Okay.
Also, maybe like if you haven't, like for everybody, if you haven't done SMT4, don't do Apocalypse because it will open with spoilers. Yeah. Well, I think we made good progress today. We did some good stuff. Look forward to next week.
Next week, where maybe I will be saved from dungeon.
Hopefully. Next week we're going to be climbing the Mantra headquarters. So that could be like the entirety of next week.
Yeah, I was figuring that would probably be the entirety of next week's stream is climbing the tower.
Yeah. And you could be like, could a dungeon really take like 3 or 4 hours? And it's like, let's think back to Digital Devil Saga when we had dungeons that took multiple streams.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it's an SMT game, yes, the dungeon can take an entire stream. The dungeon can take more than an entire stream.
Yeah. To be fair though, Digital Devil Saga only had, what was it? Vanguard Maribel, Solid Maribel, Castle. It probably had like maybe 10 dungeons, maybe less.
The final one is the one that takes forever.
Oh yeah, that was multiple streams.
But you know going in that's going to take forever when you see that the dungeon floors are listed by sea floor.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh no.
Yeah, we if anybody is interested in seeing Digital Devil Saga, we currently have the replay of Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2 on New Game Plus in the point redemptions for 100,000 points. If you haven't checked them, I have actually added icons to all of the point redemptions now. And I'm quite happy with them.
I do like all your new icons you added. It makes it easier to be like, what game was that again? It's like, oh yeah, now that you see an image with it, it's like, oh yeah, it was that game. At least for some of them, that's hard to remember.
Let me see, what do we got? Dreamcast controller for the pick a game. That's because Dreamcast is like the squarest controller. Like trying to get a controller to fit in the square shape without making it too small or squishing it down. Like Dreamcast squarest controller, it works. So I tried a Super Nintendo controller, it just looked awful. Vampire is the main character from the box art. You can see him on the box art with that. Last story is Callista. I wanted to grab the logo for that, but I couldn't, so I looked up who the character was in the logo and just grabbed the art of her. I don't know who it is, I haven't played the last story. Mass Effect is Garrus Vakarian. I debated going with Default Shepherd, but Default Shepherd is boring, but I didn't want to go for Fem Shep, because when I do Mass Effect, I'm going to do Male Shep. Earthbound is Ness. I wanted Ness doing the peace sign that he does when you take the picture, which I think saves your game. But I couldn't find a good image of it. Dragon Age is the logo of Dragon Age Origins. Kingdom Hearts is the Kingdom Key. Shin Megami Tensei is Hero from the PS1 version, actually. That's the Kazuma Kaneko artwork that was done for the PS1 version.
Nice.
Suikoden 1 and 2 is the Soul Eater rune, which is a major factor in Suikoden 1's story. Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2 is Surf, and Legacy of Kain is Kain. Yeah, we do have some SMT stuff on the redemption list. I've been toying with the idea of just adding Strange Journey to it, but it's like, what if somebody redeems that? Like, before
that'll
we're
be
done with this.
Fun. It'd be a bit fun having to do that and this and any other potential SMTs you're wanting to do.
Well, that'd be the thing, like, it'd have to come after this. And like going from this to another SMT.
It's what I mentioned earlier, you gotta take a break between them because they are so long and they are so brutal.
Yeah. Anyway, that is going to do it for us today. Tomorrow, Classic Mecha Mondays continues with Alundra Session 6, I believe. As we start getting closer to the end. I believe Alundra was 8 sessions long, and Session 8 was me finishing off the final dungeon and the final boss. So that's a shorter stream. So we're pretty close to the end. Tuesday, we'll be returning with Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. We finished the Frieza Saga, which means the Android Saga is next. That'll be on Thursday as well. Friday will be Superhero Fridays, tying in with Anime, where we'll be doing Astro Boy, the Omega Factor, which was redeemed by our buddy Titanium. Titanium Triforce. Nocturne will return on Sunday next week, May the 9th, which is actually the 2-year anniversary of this stream.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Happy 2-year anniversary.
Yeah, it's not
early
it's
2-year
not, it's not
anniversary.
time. It's not time yet, ChanceEm.
Happy
This
early
is why you're in
2-year
jail.
anniversary. No.
I'm gonna take your hat again.
Damn. No, don't take my hat. It's the source of my power.
I'm gonna take your hat. I'm not even gonna wear it properly. I'm gonna put it on my dorsal fin.
Why?
Just because.
Is your dorsal fin a hat hook now?
It might be.
It's like, what power did you gain after becoming a human?
I gained the
You're a
power
hat
to
hook out of my
not
neck.
look like a shark in the water. But yeah, originally my thought was, like, for the anniversary, like, the first game I streamed was Dark Souls Remastered on Switch. And then last year I did a one-off stream of Dark Souls Remastered. I didn't intend to do it fully. This year I don't want to do it again, honestly. I feel like I'm done with Dark Souls. Like Dark Souls 1. I was considering doing Bloodborne. Like, continue that. Like, yeah, let's finally start Bloodborne. I said this on stream, and I didn't check whether my sister actually has my disc copy of Bloodborne or not.
That's a game I still need to pick up as Bloodborne.
I've tried to get into it a few times, with and without the help of friends. It's just not happened. I'm hoping the
Meg
stream will
actually
really
really
push
likes
me
it.
with it.
Meg actually really likes it. She's brought it up a few times.
It feels like something I should be really into. Faster paced Dark Souls, Victorian aesthetic, which is something I really like. Cthulhu influenced, which is always something I'm into. And I've just not really ever gotten into it. Like I said, I've been hoping the stream will really provide me with a push for it, but I've really not been feeling it. I was actually going to do it for my birthday last year, I was streaming on my birthday, and I really didn't feel like it. And the people in chat, I think it was just Bane and Ninja at that time. At that exact moment, were like, stream something you want to stream. Then it's like, it's your birthday, just like, do what you want. So I ended up doing Kyoei Toshi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I gotta agree with them. Like, if you're gonna stream on your birthday, play something you really enjoy.
Yeah, I had misgivings about doing Bloodborne, so I ended up doing like Kyoei Toshi for a session, which is something I want to go back to. Like, you ever seen the Disaster Report series?
Actually, no, I have not.
Basically, you play as just a random Japanese person trying to survive natural disasters.
Huh.
Kyoei Toshi is that, except instead of natural disasters, it's kaiju. It's the entire reason why I'm aware of the series, and I was really hoping it would come out outside Japan, and it didn't. So I eventually just bought the Japanese version. And we had a bunch of fun with it. There were a bunch of recognizable kaiju, which is probably the reason why it didn't get a release outside Japan. Because it's not just one property. Like, we saw Ultraman, there was Gundam, Godzilla was there, Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, I can see where that would be a big problem trying to release it outside Japan, because over, like, in other areas, there are multiple companies that own all of those properties.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the one you're talking about, Teak. Because you're the one who said it was Gundam, I didn't recognize them. I didn't finish it, I've not been back to it since. It would definitely be worth going back to it and doing it again. Because it was a lot of fun, and like the kaiju showing up was really cool. There's a story going on with the characters, and we couldn't understand any of it. And in the background, like, kaiju just keep attacking. Like, there's one scene where we're walking down the street and, oh no, an angel is attacking, and then AV Unit 1 comes up out of the street and starts fighting it, and we just go into like a fast food restaurant, and there's this, what seems like a serious, heartfelt conversation going on in the restaurant, which I couldn't understand it. I didn't know what was going on. But also the knowledge that AV Unit 01 was outside fighting an angel at the same time was brilliant. But yeah, I should probably go back and do that again. Do it again. Do it again. But we're rambling now. So yeah, I think for the anniversary we're just going to keep going with Nocturne, because I do really want to keep playing Nocturne. I am enjoying it. I do like Nocturne. It's difficult to get started with it, but once it gets going, SMT is just always so enjoyable. I feel like it's the case with a lot of RPGs. The opening is hard to get past for a bunch of reasons sometimes, but once it opens up, it's like, oh, it is so engrossing, and you don't want to put it down. So I think we will continue Nocturne next week. But yeah, that is going to do it. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. And of course, super big special thank you to ChanceEm for joining me on the mic.
I appreciate you having me here.
Classic Mecha Mondays tomorrow, 8 PM British Summertime, Alundra Session 6. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 on Tuesday, continuing anime. Astro Boy The Omega Factor on Friday as part of Superhero Friday, tying in with anime. ChanceEm is doing Skies of Arcadia tomorrow. Definitely check that out. ChanceEm's a fun streamer, and Skies of Arcadia is a fun game. ChanceEm, is there anything else you want to talk about, plug, like whatever, anything?
I mean, not really. Aside from what I was already mentioning earlier, I don't really have anything else to plug.
Alright, well, that is going to do it for us then. And so with that, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care.
Have a good day.
Catch you later, guys.